Good morning. Good morning, guys. I apologize profusely. I am having some health problems. So, um, a week ago, Sunday, I started having some like weird sensations in my chest, and my blood pressure was sky high. So I went to the emergency room and didn't think they were going to keep me. They didn't find anything wrong except for my blood pressure was high. And they didn't even treat the blood pressure, which was weird. Like, I expected to get things to lower my blood pressure because it was so high. They didn't even do that. They just ran tests. And the blood pressure eventually came down on its own. And then they sent me home the next day. And they wanted me to get a referral to a cardiologist, which I did. I went to my primary the next day, and they switched around my blood pressure medicine, and my blood pressure is back to normal. And I have a referral to a cardiologist that I need to call, I guess, tomorrow. I got a text, I think yesterday, from the cardiologist that said to wait 48 hours. So I'll call tomorrow, make an appointment. And also, I use CPAP at night, but my mask is broken, so I can't use it right now. So it's making me extremely tired during the day. So yesterday, I had planned on streaming yesterday, but I couldn't stay awake. Like, when I woke up, I couldn't. And I ended up sleeping all day yesterday. And then I thought I was back to normal Sunday, and I went to Disney, and I had to leave early. And that never happens, y'all. You guys know I am about Disney. That never happens. I left at like 7, I think. And usually I stay. It was daylight almost all the way home. And I was like, this is so weird. I'm seeing, because like on the way there in the morning, it's daylight, but on the way back, it looks completely different at night. Like, where my turnoffs and stuff. And I'm like, it's so weird seeing this turnoff in the daylight. Like, this is weird. So it was like right before I got home, like maybe like a half hour before I got home, it was dark. And I was like, oh my gosh, this is strange. So I left early. Like, Travis was still awake when I got home. And like, we went to get bed together at the same time, like we do every day. I was like, this is so weird. So yeah, I never leave Disney early. That's how tired I was. And my friend that was with me, she was like, are you upset? Cause they live Davenport, which is right there at the parks. They're like 10 minutes. And they have, her husband has to get up in the Monday morning for work, and they have animals that they have to take care of. So they don't stay on days that he has to get up for work. They don't stay late. So like, they only stay for the fireworks and stuff, like on Fridays and Saturday nights. So she was like, are you upset that we're leaving early? And I'm like, no, I'm not upset. I'm just really tired. I don't know why I'm so tired. I said, I'm going to leave now too. I kind of don't feel good. I'm not upset. I really don't feel good. So, yeah, I don't know what's going on. I don't think it's my heart. I don't think there's anything wrong with my heart. Because if it was, it would have shown up on the tests in the hospital. They even gave me a stress test, which I've never had before. And the stress test was, they put something in my IV that was supposed to dilate the vessels to my heart. And the doctor said if the results of the stress test, like he came in my room the next day, like the morning after they admitted me, and said if the stress test was normal, I could go home. And then they let me go home. So I guess the stress test was normal. So I don't think there's anything wrong with my heart. I don't know why I felt that sensation in my chest, unless it was because of my blood pressure being so high. But I had two cousins, one younger than me and one only a year older than me, that just dropped dead of a heart attack. And we have cardiac issues in my family. So I decided that I'm going to follow through and do the whole cardiac thing just to be on the safe side. But I'm sorry I've been gone for so long. I just have not felt like myself. I still don't really feel like myself, but I feel better than I did. So I'm back. Unfortunately, though, I have a doctor's appointment on Thursday, so I won't be able to stream on Thursday. That's for my shoulder. For my replacement, it's my 2nd-year anniversary of my shoulder replacement, but now my other shoulder's starting to hurt, so I have to talk to him about that. I'm not sure it's time for surgery yet, though. So exactly. Exactly. So this is why I can't work a real job. So I got new ears. There's Maleficent, and she's my favorite villain. And the sequins make it turn colors. Corey Fleming, friend and attorney, pled guilty to federal and state charges of conspiring with Murdaugh to steal millions from the estate of Gloria Satterfield and the family of Hakeem Pinkney. Pinkney? Pink? I guess that's how you say it, Pinkney. He was sentenced to 13 years and 10 months in federal prison for financial fraud, plus 10 years in state prison for related charges: insurance fraud, breach of trust, money laundering, computer crime. Judge Newman handed down a 10-year state prison term that will run consecutively to an almost 4-year federal sentence and concurrently to another 10-year state prison term. Wait, Judge Newman handed down a 10-year state prison term that will run consecutively to an almost 4-year federal sentence and concurrently to another two. Okay. So federal and state can't run concurrently, but state and state can run concurrently. So he has a 10-year and another 10-year state that runs concurrently. And then the 4-year federal runs consecutively to the 2 state ones. That is so confusing. This is true. She's not as bad as the cat that I had before her, though. Every once in a while, I will pick up something and it will have little teeny tiny holes in it, and I'll be like, oh my gosh, Tribble's got a hold of this. Or I'd put on a shoe and I'd feel like little, I don't know how to describe it, but like little pricked spots in my shoe. I had a pair of black like slide sandals that she loved. And like she'd make biscuits on them. And her little nails would just like make little prick marks all in them, and I'd put them on and be like, oh my god, Tribbles, stay out of my shoes. So he only got 14 years for the financial crimes. How many years did Alec get? He was like the main one, right? The other people just kind of helped him. Wonder whose idea it was. I guess it was Alex's idea. I was going to tell you guys something else and I forgot what it was. Oh well. Spike is being lazy this morning. He's still in bed. Not like he's not in bed when he's in here with me, but... Dude. Oh, okay.
Good morning.
Raise your right hand. Left hand on the side. Your present testimony about the
Thank you, Judy.
Yes.
Take a seat in the witness stand, please. You can adjust the microphone. State your name again for the record.
Devin Patrick Newell, Newell.
All right. Good afternoon, or excuse me, almost afternoon, Mr. Newell.
Good morning.
All right. Where are you employed, sir?
General Motors.
All right. And what are your duties there at General Motors?
I'm a senior technical expert in advanced driver assist systems.
All right. And can you just give the jury a very short version of what that entails? Very short, please.
I investigate field performance issues and concerns with our advanced driver assistance systems.
All right. And as part of that role, do you help maintain certain records that are kept by GM in a normal course of business?
I don't necessarily maintain those records, but I'm aware of records that we keep on servers relative to vehicle data that can be of assistance in our field performance investigations.
Okay. And when you say field performance investigations, that's something you do, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And that references generally what? What does that mean when you say field performance investigations?
Understanding how our vehicles may perform in the field. Active safety systems include things like forward collision alert and automatic emergency braking. So as we look at how those things perform in the field, vehicle data and other data we collect can be helpful in understanding what is occurring with those events, understanding how our systems are performing.
Okay. And do modern GM vehicles, under certain conditions, upload information to GM servers?
That's correct. We've got telematics units in our vehicles. That's a fancy name for sending information over the air. Those, as part of a normal course of business, those electronic modules in the vehicle collect lots of pieces of data from different sensors and modules in the vehicle. And that information can be sent via cell phone networks and or Wi-Fi back to servers at General Motors.
And General Motors then keeps that information in the course of normal business, correct?
That is correct.
Now, if someone buys a GM vehicle and they're not comfortable with uploading certain types of information, can they opt out of some of the things?
Yeah, certainly privacy, customer privacy is a big concern at General Motors, as you would expect. We've got lots of teams that look at that, investigate, and understand that. And we've got various protocols in place to protect the customer's privacy.
Okay. And just let's speak generally again. What specific sorts of information is routinely uploaded from GM vehicles to GM servers?
It can be a lot of different pieces of information. Diagnostic trouble codes with your engines or brake systems could be information we upload. We monitor the performance of things like your battery to understand if your battery is getting low or needs some charging, and other pieces of information about what the vehicle may be doing. That can and does include, I would say, GPS information, your vehicle location, and potentially speed and things like that.
Okay. And that sort of information is kept by GM in the course of normal business, correct?
That's correct, sir.
All right. And I'm going to draw your attention to March of last year. Are you aware, at least as of today, that SLED sent a search warrant to GM?
That's correct. I believe a search warrant was sent to General Motors to generally request information we may have about a particular vehicle.
All right. And I know you don't have the search warrant in front of you, but did you make a note of what vehicle identification number or VIN that search warrant was requesting information for?
I do. I have that number here with me. I can read that.
Can you read that, please?
Yeah, VIN is a vehicle identification number that uniquely identifies the vehicle. It's a 17-character number. 1GN SK FK D0 MR 210998.
Okay. And let's fast forward to last Friday, which I believe was February 10th. if I looked at my calendar correctly. Did it come to your attention that even though that search warrant had been served back in March of last year, GM in fact had some information that was responsive to that original search warrant?
Yeah, that's correct. I wasn't necessarily involved in the search warrant back in March, but I did become aware Friday evening that additional information not previously given before existed.
All right. And so GM did in fact have some information on servers for that particular event, correct?
That's correct.
That had not been previously provided to law enforcement prior to last Friday, correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
Perfect.
All right. And, okay. And I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 515, 515.
Thank you.
And I'm going to ask if you recognize that CD, sir.
Yes, that's correct. That's a CD with information on it that I reviewed on a laptop earlier today, and I've signed and dated the CD.
All right. And did you verify that the records contained on that CD is the information GM provided in response to that original March search warrant?
Yes, that's correct. I reviewed the 3 spreadsheets, Excel files that were on here, and those are in fact the same information that was stored in our databases and provide to you. And yes, I can authenticate that.
Okay. So those records contained on the CD are authentic copies of records maintained by GM in the normal course of business?
Yes, sir.
All right. And just briefly, what sorts of information is contained? And we're not going to ask you to go line by line or anything because there's a pretty voluminous amount of data, correct?
Yeah, there's 3 different Excel sheets, information collected over 3 days. Again, as I kind of talked, I have not reviewed the details of this. I've not asked to analyze it.
Sure.
The form and content is what we get there. But generally speaking, that information includes, it says vehicle diagnostic information, information on the battery systems, and GPS information.
Okay. GPS information, including speed information?
That's correct. Longitude, latitude, speed information are included in there.
At this time, State would move to enter Exhibit 515 in evidence. All right. All right. Not far from the State.
By the defense.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Just have maybe 1 minute worth of questions. So you were not part of you weren't working on this when the search warrant came in, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you just became aware of this on Friday?
That's correct.
How did you become aware of it?
GM General Motors legal staff reached out to me in response to the subpoena as a person who could come down and authenticate these records.
The legal staff told you that you had information responsive to the search warrant?
That's correct.
Okay.
I'm sorry, the General Motors had information responsive, not me personally.
I apologize for that, of course, General Motors.
Thank you.
Are you aware of the testimony that occurred earlier in this case regarding reverse engineering the electronics in the Chevy Suburban?
I have general knowledge that some FBI folks have looked at some information inside of the infotainment system in the vehicle.
But do you have any knowledge of any reverse engineering efforts the FBI conducted over the course of a full year?
I have not been involved in those or not aware of any details of that, no, sir.
Maybe you can answer one quick technical question. The timestamps in this data, where do they come from?
Again, I have not reviewed this specific data, but the timestamps out of these things here, when GPS information is collected by a GPS receiver, included in that is timestamp information.
And then finally, this is information that was uploaded to a server at GM.
That's correct.
No further questions.
Anything further?
Nothing State.
You may step down. We call your next witness.
Roger Dale Davis.
Raise your right hand, left hand, Bible, please. Do you swear or affirm that any testimony you give today be the truth, Courtroom, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
After you get to, sir, be seated. State your full name for the record, spell your last name, and adjust the microphone so they can hear you.
Name is Roger Dale Davis Jr. Last name is Davis.
And Mr. Davis, do you go by Dale?
Dale, Roger, either way.
Okay. Or Mr. Davis?
It don't matter.
If you could do me a favor, because it's a little hard to hear some folks in this courtroom, if you make sure that microphone's pulled close to you and speak into it, we'd all greatly appreciate it. All right, Dale, why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself? Where were you born? Where were you raised?
I was born in Hampton County. I was raised in Hampton. Went to Wade Hampton High School.
And again, if you would, please try to get a little closer to that microphone. I know it's tight in there. What line of work do you have you done?
Construction work all my life.
Did you ever have an opportunity to work at the farm in Moselle?
Yes.
Okay. Is that close to where you actually live?
Mile and a half.
How did you become familiar with the Murdaugh family and the Moselle property? How did you start working there?
I was walking and Alex would stop and talk with me, and he asked me one day about cleaning the kennels for him, and probably a couple months, 6 months later, then he asked me to come do it on the weekends.
And that started about 4 years ago?
About 4 years ago.
And walk us through the process. What'd you do? How many times a day did you do it?
Twice a day, once in the morning, once in the evening.
What time in the morning, generally?
It average around 7.
You wake up early?
Oh, yeah.
So 7 a.m. and then what time in the evenings generally?
Usually around, I try to get there around 3:30, 4 o'clock.
How long does the process typically take you?
About 45 minutes.
And walk us through what that process is. What do you do out there?
In the morning times, I would go feed all the dogs, give them time to eat. I'd feed the chickens. That way the dogs would have time to eat. Then I'd wash the pens out. Then I would usually roll the hose up and then go to the house. And then come back in the afternoon and repeat the process.
Now you mentioned washing the pens out. Now the dogs, did they have dog beds in their
Yes.
kennels?
Yeah, Buster. Excuse me. Grady and Bubba had 2 dog beds.
And if you're washing it out, meaning are you spraying it with water?
Sprayed it with water.
What did you do with the dog beds?
I would stick them up on top of the dog boxes.
And then did you leave them up there or did you put them back?
Normally typically, once I wash the pens out, I would lay them back down, especially if it was cold in the wintertime, I would lay them back down on the ground. But during the summertime, you would wait to that afternoon to lay them back down on the ground.
In the 4 years you worked there, did you get to know the property fairly well?
Yes.
Did you get to know the folks that live there pretty well?
Yes.
Did you get to know Maggie Murdaugh at all?
Yes, sir.
All right, well, tell us what your experiences with her were.
Normally, she was just so laid back. She would talk to you like a normal person. We'd sit there and talk about the dogs. She'd talk about sometimes where she would be at the beach. She normally would tell me, I'm going to the beach. I'm taking Bubba and Grady with me or whatnot, or I'm going to leave them. Or if it was real hot, she would want me to put them over there in the ice house, turn the air conditioner on where they have the ice, the coolers at.
Did Maggie like to spend time with the dogs?
All the time.
And you mentioned the ice house. Was that the processing house kind of on the back of the hangar?
Property, that was
And why was it air conditioned? Is that why you said she put them in there?
during the summertime, if it got real hot.
In that house, does it have air conditioning, that shed?
Yes, sir.
All right, did you get to know Paul at all?
Yes.
All right, what was your experiences with him?
He was a little wild and crazy, but he would work. That boy would work.
He liked being at the farm.
He liked
Hey,
getting out
werewolf.
and doing things, hunting, but he would work on the tractor or whatever, and Daddy needed him to do.
And did you get to know Alex?
I did.
Is he here today?
Yes, sir.
Where is he?
He's sitting right over there,
Could you explain what he's wearing?
wearing a suit, pair of glasses, blue-looking shirt.
And what were your experiences with Alex?
He was always very particular. He would want the dog buckets washed out. If it looked like they started getting any kind of green or brown looking stuff in the water, he wanted to make sure, which I usually wash them out every 2 weeks anyway, with bleach. But I always dumped them every day.
Was Alex easy to get a hold of?
No.
All right, explain that. What do you mean by that?
He would either be in court or doing something with business. It would sometimes be a little bit difficult to get a hold of him.
Who did you see most often when you were out there?
Miss Maggie or either Paul.
I feel better, Nancy.
And how did Maggie and Paul typically come to and from the big house to the kennel area?
Paul would usually be in his truck.
We've heard a lot about trucks. Which truck was that?
His white F-150.
We're getting a lot of rain right
Unless
now.
his daddy had him doing something, then he would have to drive the F-250. But most of the time he'd be in his white F-150.
What color was the F-250?
It was also white.
The two white trucks were what he typically used.
Yes, sir.
And how about Maggie?
She normally drove her Range Rover until she got the
Yeah.
black Mercedes.
Lots of humidity.
And then what would she drive after that?
Most times she would drive the black Mercedes.
And would she load her dogs, the house? Well, first of all, let's go back. Which dogs were down there? Do you remember all the dogs?
Bubba, Grady, Maggie. Then they started letting
They have a dog named
his
Maggie.
name right on. Dahlia was there, Armadillo, and I call her Taffy Toes. I don't know what they called her, but that's what I always called her.
And I think the other dog, was that a dog owned by one of Paul's friends, Rogan? Is that the one you're referring to?
Yes,
What type of dog was it?
a lab, chocolate lab.
And which dogs were the family dogs, the family pets?
Grady, Bubba, and Maggie,
And what kind of dogs were they?
labs.
And colors?
Bubba was yellow, Grady was black, and Maggie was yellow.
And would they where would they typically stay, those dogs, those animals?
It all depended on, most of the time, because Bubba was very rambunctious. So they would got where they would lock him up in the kennels at night. And most of the time they would lock all the labs up in the kennels to keep them from roaming off. But Miss Maggie would take them out when she was home.
Why are we talking about the dog?
Usually a lot of times after I done left, she would take them up to the house and let them roam
What
around
does
the
that
house,
have to
the
do with
yard
the
for
murders?
a couple hours, and then she would bring them back down to the pens.
And would Maggie load them into her car if she was taking them elsewhere to the beach or wherever else she was staying?
Wherever she was staying at, she would load them in the vehicle. Most times she would load them right in her vehicle.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked state's exhibits. Jim, any objections to these? I'm going to hand you what's been marked as state's exhibits 505, 506, 502, 503, 504, and 516. Dale, if you wouldn't mind, please take a moment to review all these and let me know if you recognize what they show.
They show the kennel.
Okay, and then I believe there's one diagram there. If you recognize what that shows.
It shows diagram drawing of the kennel.
Very good. Your Honor, we move to place all those exhibits into evidence, I believe, without objection.
No objection, Your Honor.
They're admitted without objection.
I know there was something about the way the hose was rolled up.
All right, Dale, I'm going to show you what's
But-
been marked.
Other than that, I don't know why you're
As-
talking about the dog.
State's Exhibit 505. Do we have the Elmo, please?
But why did Maggie name her dog Maggie? I would never name my dog after myself.
Dale, while we get this loaded up, tell me a little bit. I know, did you have a particular way of hosing down and, with dealing with the hose? Tell us a little bit about what that was about.
The particular way of me putting the hose away, or
Right.
normally after I got through washing, I would stretch the hose straight out
Into which direction?
back towards the shed room right there, the dog feed room.
All right, and we now have the Elmo up. We're looking at Exhibit 505, and the feed room, I believe, is what you're referring to. Is that the structure on the far right?
Yes.
Okay. All right, and then where is, in this picture, where is the hose you're talking about located?
It's back towards the left-hand side, back towards the forest end.
Is that yellow
That's that
fish
yellow
wrapped up?
string looking
That
hose.
Buddy's a
All right,
good
Go
name.
ahead and explain to us what you would typically do after
We used
rinsing
to have a
off
dog
and
named
putting
Buddy.
it away.
I would stretch the hose out back towards the feed room. I would cut the valve off at the top, which is right up above as the hose come in. Then I would walk back down and cut the valve on at the end of the hose. That way it would release the pressure, and then I would roll it up slowly until I had it uniform.
Were you pretty particular about how you wound that hose?
Yes,
And why would you do it that way? And did you do it that way every time?
every time.
And why would you do it so particularly?
Because if you notice how the hose right now is kinked up, it would start making the hose, when if you didn't do it right, eventually would it keep kinking, it would start making it where it didn't want to, and it would cause the hose to start having little splits in it.
The picture that you're seeing there, that hose, is that the way you would rewind it up?
No,
How do you know?
I'm very particular how I roll that hose up.
He just
And it's
told you
kinked
how
up.
he
If you
knows.
notice, there's pressure on that hose. Somebody used that hose after I did, because it is twisted and the nozzle is too far up. The nozzle, I would always have it made sure it was laid down flat. That nozzle is too far up.
Dale, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 516. And again, please briefly explain what it is we're looking at there.
The drawing of the kennel.
Okay. I'm going to hand you a pen, and with the court's permission, I'm going to ask you to go ahead and fill in well, first of all, let's back up. Did you work were you aware of the events surrounding June 7th, 2021, where Maggie and Paul were murdered?
Yeah, I think that's the
I
point
received a phone call from
that he's trying to make.
CD that the sled wanted to see me because Miss Maggie and Paul had been murdered. And I thought he was joking, but he told me no. I told him, give me 5 minutes. I'll be up there, because I was going to carry my trash off at the time. And I got up there, and the dogs was raising Cain, and I asked them, could I go ahead and feed the dogs so they would quiet down? And they told me to give them a few minutes, and then they gave me permission to feed them as soon as I fed them, they just quiet down. They bark no more.
Did he say no mo?
So you were familiar about that incident?
Yes, sir.
And you went out there what day?
That morning.
Was that the 8th, the morning of Tuesday?
When the murders happened, yes.
Did you work every day leading up to that day?
Yes.
And did you do that normal routine, which you already described?
Yes.
All right. And did
I
you, in
want a
fact, do
golden
that normal
retriever
routine
so
on
bad.
The Monday of the
But Travis
before
says
the
no
murders?
more big dogs.
Yes.
Walk us through that day. What did you do in the morning?
I got there probably around 7:27, 8 o'clock. It all depends on when I got up. Most time I got up early, I would be there before 6:30, 7 o'clock. I would go through there, feed the dogs, then go feed the chicken. That give the dog time to eat their food, and then I'd wash the pens out.
He already
And
said
was
that.
anything unusual or out of place when you were down there?
Quit
in the
asking
morning?
him questions he's
No.
already answered.
And did you repeat the process again in the afternoon, in the evening time?
I did.
What time did you, on Monday, June 7th, what time did you go back to the pens?
I got there before 4 o'clock.
That's what
Oh.
Spike is. He's a
I remember
mix.
leaving at 4:30.
He's a mix between a
And was
beagle and a
was anyone
basset
there
hound.
at the time you went to the
He's a
dog kennel?
bagel hound.
No.
Right,
Did you
Spikey?
notice anything out of place?
You a
when
bagel
went there to
hound,
dog
aren't
kennels
ya?
in the evening time?
I'm a hound
No.
dog.
And what did you do after arriving?
Well, once I
And
arrived that afternoon, I got out. I fed Grady, Bubba.
you have a snail? So Spike is part beagle. His dad is half beagle, half bagel. Half beagle, half basset hound. Oh, in an aquarium. Cool. Okay, so Belle and Spike had the same mom. No, had the same dad. Belle's sister is Spike's mom. So he's like an 8th basset hound, but he's got the basset paws, the great big huge paws. So they're called bagel hounds, the ones that are beagle mixed with basset. So he's a bagel hound, and you're not going to believe this, and I didn't rig it. I answered the questions truthfully. My Patronus, for you guys that don't know Harry Potter, that's the thing that comes out of their wand that protects them, like it's a protection spell. My Patronus is a hound dog. And I didn't rig it. I swear I didn't rig it. So my beagles are my Patronuses. He barked because he wanted me to go in there and get his bed and put it out here. And then he stood in the bed and looked at the camera or looked at the phone and then looked at me and waited. And when I put it down and had it all set up, he laid there and looked right at the camera. He was so cute. It was perfect. And then he turned around and he got comfortable and he faced the other way. And I was like, why did you move? It was perfect. So then he turned around to where his head was in front of the camera. He loves this thing. He loves being the center of attention. But if I take the phone out to take a picture, he'll run the other way. I don't understand. He loves this. I don't even know if he understands what's happening. But he loves this.
And Maggie. 'Cause we fed them twice a day. The hunting dogs only got once a day. took and fed them. I picked the dog beds up. I dumped all the water out because I washed all their bucket, gave them fresh water, washed the pens out. Stretched the hose out, cut the water at the valve off at the top. Went down there, cut the water on, the valve on down at the end of the hose, so the water wouldn't come out. Roll the hose up, and pull 30 out left.
And you rolled it. Did you roll the hose up the way you've always done it that day?
Every time.
Do you remember how the dogs were laid out in the kennels that day when you left?
When I left, yes, sir.
And with the court's permission, I'm going to ask the witness to please, if you would, write on that piece of paper the exhibit, state's exhibit 516, beginning with, first of all, on the far right, what's that door signify in the
Storage room, feed room.
beginning with kennel 1 next to the feed room? What dog was in there when you left that day at 4 o'clock or before 5 o'clock?
Grady.
All right. If you would, please write Grady in there. Okay. And then moving on to kennel 2. What dog was in kennel 2?
Bubba.
And for our reference, Grady was the black lab.
Grady is the black lab.
Okay. And Bubba is a what?
Yellow lab.
Okay. And who was next to Bubba in pen 3?
Maggie, because he was getting bigger than Bubba.
And Maggie is a what color?
A yellow lab.
All right. Were there any dogs next to Maggie?
No.
Okay. And that would be kennel 4 was open?
That'd be, that one should be an open. The next one down should have been Rodin's dog.
Okay. Can you write that in there? Just write chocolate lab. Or Rogan's dog, whatever you want to write. That would be kennel 5.
Trying to remember Rogan's dog's name. That should have been there. I don't remember what Rogan's dog's name was at the time.
Was there any dog located in kennel 6? And if you want to work, however you want to do it, sir, if you want to just fill out the rest of the dogs, the working dogs, that's fine.
Well, Dahlia was at the very end, kennel 10. I know that. Then let's see. Armadillo should have been the next one coming back from Ken. Let's see, empty on 9. All right, that should have been on. Yep. Armadillo should have been right past the hose right there.
If they wanted to make this trial,
And then it would be
it.
Tappy Toes. It would have to be Tappy Toes right there because they always kept Rodin's dog and
That's
Maggie.
why.
There was a kennel in between them.
I want to see how long they can make this trial.
So that should have been Tappy Toes right there.
Thank you. I'm going to put this on the screen. Just verify that that was what you filled out. All right, Mr. Dale, I see starting with number 1, Grady, then Bubba, Maggie, then 5 is Rogan, 6 is Tappy Toes, 7 is Armadillo, and 10 is Dahlia. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that's the way it was when you left the property at around 5 o'clock that Monday.
Well,
June
Bubba
7th.
did
Yes.
solve the case.
And for our reference, on this diagram, that green circle, that represents what?
The hose. garden hose.
All right, I'm going to show you a few more pictures. If you would just describe what we're seeing. Are you familiar with that angle?
Yes.
All right, where are we looking at
Cats, it
from
doesn't
at this
stop
angle?
me
Where are we
from
looking
having
at
one.
things?
You're looking straight down the
I'm allergic
kennel
to dogs too.
where you got the hose and the walkway going down in front of the kennels.
And on this picture, where would the feed room be located?
At the very end, on the right hand of this picture.
When you in the 4 years you were washing out the kennels, did water collect or pool in certain areas?
It did.
All right. Can you identify in this picture those areas?
Right under the hose and right there, which should have been Armadillo's pen. There should have right there, and then right below it should have been collective. And maybe one more little spot right down there towards the end of the post right there, but that'd be about it.
For the record, this is stage 504. Moving on to stage 502, a very similar angle. Dale, do you see those pools of collected water that you mentioned just on the last exhibit?
Yes.
Okay. And also states 506. And again, do you see the same angle, just pulled a little farther back?
Yes.
Who's the dog there on the last pen that we can see in the dog shed, in the dog house?
Dahlia.
All right. Did water ever pool over by the feed room?
No, because usually that's the reason we go in the afternoons, the sun would come down and beat. It would dry it up a lot quick.
Judy, that's like me and
Oh.
Shadow.
Especially in the summertime, it would really dry it real quick. In the wintertime, the sun would actually still hit the concrete.
No, the
Around
dog proved that
3 to
Alex
4
was at
o'clock.
the
It'd
kennel.
be usually around 6 or so before the sun wouldn't be hitting on the concrete.
Did water pool in the front of where Bubba would have been located or Grady?
No.
Showing you States Exhibit 503. Dale, are you able to see the water located near the feed room and in front of the two kennels, 1 and 2?
Yes.
Is that how water would normally pool when you washed the kennels for 4 years?
Normally, no. There's too much water right there. You can tell when the concrete's already done started drying, but there's too much water right there around the second and third pen.
Looking at this picture, what dog do we see in kennel 1 and what dog do we see there in kennel 2?
You see Bubba in kennel 1 and Maggie in kennel 2.
And again, Grady is what kind of dog?
Grady is a lab.
What color is he?
Black.
Black.
I just got a notification that Twix is coming out with a new candy bar. So I opened it and read the article. And I want to try it. But then it says it's only coming to Brazil.
Is that and when we say the spots where you would put them or they were located, were there assigned kennels necessarily to the dogs?
Not really, but most of the time Miss Maggie wanted Grady to be in that kennel
one
right
and
next to
thing two.
the feed room. And then we'd usually put Bubba or Maggie in the follower.
So that was just out of habit, mostly Maggie's habit?
Yes, sir.
All right. Did anyone else in the family put the dogs in a specific location or did they?
It was banana and toffee inside of a Twix. They called it banoffee. And now I want one. But I have to go to Brazil to get it. So I'm not going to get one.
They put it wherever they could find a spot.
They would put it wherever they could find a spot.
But Maggie was particular about where she put them up?
Most of the time, yes.
Dale, I'm going to ask you about firearms in general. Are you familiar generally with firearms?
Yes.
Did Paul have any firearms that he favored over more often than others, just in your experience with him?
Yes.
All right. Are you familiar with an assault rifle style rifle?
Yes.
All right. Tell us about the one that you observed Paul having with him most often.
When he went hog hunting, he would have a AR style 300 blackout.
And what color was it?
Black.
Did it have a scope on it?
Yes.
All right. Did Paul also favor a camo shotgun?
Yes. Doing turkey season.
The family owned, as far as you knew, the family owned a lot of firearms. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you, in your experience, and did you spend a lot of time primarily down here at this dog pen area?
Yes.
Twice a day, every day?
Yes.
Did they occasionally leave guns at this area?
Yes.
All right, where would you have found them? And when I say occasionally, what does that mean to you?
That would be, especially when it was during hunting season, they would leave either on the golf cart or side by side. Sometimes they would leave them in the truck, but most of the time it would be on the golf cart or side by side.
And how often was that? If you're there every day?
Sometimes it could be once, sometimes it could be 3 or 4 times
In a month or
in a month. It just all depends on how hurried he got.
But that's during hunting season, right?
That's during the hunting season.
And did Alex carry firearms?
I never seen him carry a firearm, but I know he carried a pistol in his vehicle.
Did you have a chance to listen to a kennel video in meeting with law enforcement?
I did.
And did you identify the voices on that kennel video?
I did.
Whose voices did you hear?
Paul, Maggie's, and Alex.
In all the time that you spent out there in the 4 years, every day, twice a day, did you ever see a gun left in the feed room?
No.
And you went in the feed room every day, twice a day for 4 years?
Yes.
Thank the court's indulgence. And when you refer to Alex carrying a pistol in his car, is that because how'd you know that?
One time I had to drive his vehicle over to the law firm, and then every once in a while he would happen to roll up the window or something up, it go to rain or something up, they happen to not be home.
You mentioned the vehicles. Were the vehicles unlocked? All the vehicles on the farm?
All the vehicles on the farm, keys in them.
Keys in them, so someone could just open the door and drive them?
Oh, yeah. If they wasn't in the switch, they would be in the center console.
And in this picture here, that's still on, do you see the dog beds located in those pictures?
Yes, they on top of the dog kennel.
They haven't been put down.
Hadn't been put down.
Nothing further, thank you.
By the defense.
Board. Good afternoon, Dale.
Good afternoon.
I'm Jim Griffin. We've met a few times, haven't we?
Yes, sir.
I want to start by asking you just how long did you work at Moselle for Alex Murdaugh?
About 4 years.
And twice a day, every day?
No, it started off on just the weekends. And then I went full time with him right before Ronnie quit.
Okay, and that's Ronnie Freeman?
Whatever his last name is, I know Ronnie. That's all I can tell you.
Yes, sir. And couple things. You've said you've never seen guns left in the feed room, but you certainly seen guns left down in the work shed and
Yes.
and then the what you call side by side, and that's a off-road vehicle that two people can sit beside each other.
Yes.
And then I guess they had golf cart down
Yes.
there, and you see them left guns there.
Yes.
And you have seen guns left in their vehicles.
Yes.
Unlocked, right?
Unlocked.
And hog hunting, there's really no season for hog hunting, is there?
No.
And a couple of those dogs in that kennel were used for hog hunting.
We had got Paul had got rid of the blue tick, but he kept armadillo, but he never really hunted him anymore after that last time he got hurt.
Right. Now let's just be, when you're hog hunting with dogs, I don't think you can use a gun, can you?
Oh yeah, you can use a gun.
Oh, you think? Okay. The
Unless you're man enough to go in there and catch him by the foot and bring him out.
Well, somewhere along the way, I heard you had to use a knife as opposed to a gun, but I don't. Let me ask you I'm going to pull up this video, exhibit 297. It's the kennel video. And hang on, let me get around here. Dale, it should be on the screen there. And if I'm going to tell you when to stop, Doug, but if you go ahead and play it. Now, stop right there. Is that Rogan's dog?
Yes.
Dog named Cash, you think?
Yep, that was it.
Cash. And Cash was I'm saying, but what you've got labeled on exhibit 516, Cash would be in kennel number 5. Is that right?
Should have been around.
And that's a few kennels up from the hose. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. We're gonna run this continue, and I get ready to stop when I tell you, Doug.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, let's put Bubba on the stand.
All right, stop. Oh, go back.
Was Alex there that night?
A
Love.
few seconds. Well, right there. What do you see up there in the top left on that picture, Dale?
Hose.
That's the hose?
Yep.
Now that hose is on the ground, isn't it?
Yes.
Not rolled up, is it?
Nope.
Okay. And there's water around there, isn't there?
Yes.
Okay. So someone, before this video was taken, had taken the hose down that you meticulously wrapped it up. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. You can take that down. Now, you said Mr. Alec was particular about how the hose should be wrapped. Is that right?
Well, not particularly him. He liked it to be wrapped up, but he wasn't very particular how, as long as it was wrapped up out of his way.
Okay.
But I was very particular how I wrapped it.
You were very particular.
Yes.
Okay. How about Paul? Was he meticulous how he wrapped it?
No.
Okay. All right. The now you mentioned that water would not normally accumulate up by Grady and
Bubba.
Bubba's because that's where the sun would
Usually
come in the
beats
evening.
You
Right.
washed it because if you didn't be very particular,
Right.
they didn't seal up underneath that door, so the inside the jams started to rot. So I tried to make sure, because if it was any kind of puddling or whatever, you'd have to make sure it was gone.
Right.
So you would try not to make sure there was no puddling there. So puddling didn't usually happen around the dog feed room. It would usually a couple posts back. You would have under the hose, usually around about where Armadillo's pen was, and there was a few other little spots around the post that normally would puddle.
Now, and you were meticulous about not letting water build up around the feed room door because of the rot.
Yeah,
And in fact, there was sealant in the feed room where you would have to routinely put by the door to keep it from rotting.
Alex done it the last time.
But you had to periodically do that, right?
Yes.
And you do that because water builds up, right?
Well, because the water was splashed, they didn't seal up underneath the door jamb right there. And it would just run up underneath the plate right there for the cement. It would run and drain off.
Now, can we agree that Paul was not as meticulous as you were about spraying around the kennels?
Nope,
We can or cannot agree?
we can agree to that.
All right. And so, and we saw the hose out, and you don't know what time that was, but I think the record reflects it's sometime 8:44 in the evening. I mean, that's about sundown, right, in June?
Oh, yeah.
And so there wouldn't be a hot sun burning the water off if the hose had been used, right around that period of time, would there?
No,
And if Paul had not been meticulous like you, it wouldn't be unusual to see water build up where you see it in the photo, right? Is that right?
yes.
Okay. And sometimes the dogs would knock over the water bowl,
They would.
and I think maybe we can see in the photos that would cause water to run off too as well, right?
Oh, yeah, it would run off.
Okay. Now, Dale, what's lovey-dovey mean to you?
What did it mean to me?
When you use the phrase lovey-dovey about Alec and Maggie, what does that mean?
It means they love each other.
What in your presence, you described them as being lovey-dovey, didn't you?
Yes.
And tell the jury what you meant by that.
Oh, every time I always see them, I've never seen that man even raise his voice at his wife or kids. Or his wife. I've never seen him even, none of them argue. But he always, anything she wanted or the boys wanted, he would try to get it.
And what was your observation about the relationship with Paul?
They like to hunt and fish together. I mean, they drink beer together.
Okay. And his relationship with Buster?
I didn't see Buster as much, but it was always friendly. I mean, just never seen any harmful way or anything with them.
You remember, Dale, one time, one of the hunting dogs got hung up in one of the kennels,
Yes.
choking to death.
Yes,
And that dog was badly injured, wasn't
it was. It didn't
Yeah.
survive.
he? And the decision was made to mercy to put the dog down, wasn't it?
Yes,
And Mr. Allen couldn't shoot that dog. He asked you to do it, didn't he?
yes,
And did you do that?
yes.
Now, on June 7th, the night of June the 7th, you got off work, I think you said 4:30.
4:30.
And you remember what you did? Did you go home?
I went straight to the house.
And you stay at the house all night?
I sure did.
You stay inside?
I did.
And you live
Mile and a half.
a mile and a half? I've driven a lawnmower down that road, I believe, when I was last time saw you.
I did.
Did you hear any gunshots that night while you were in your house?
No, I did not.
Now, you mentioned Paul liked to hunt with a blackout, 300 blackout, I guess.
He did hog hunt.
Yeah, before the murders, when's the last time you saw that gun? You remember?
I cannot remember exact, but it was quite a few months that he had said something about going hog hunting. He had it in his truck.
Right. Okay.
But it was a couple of months. I know at least 5 or 6 months.
All right. two last points. Bubba's been getting a bad name, but Bubba's a little stubborn dog.
Stubborn? No, he just rambunctious.
Rambo. But will he listen to you?
Somewhat.
You listen to Alec?
He would.
And in that feed room, did you keep shot collars back there for the hunting dogs and stuff?
We did.
What else was kept in that feed room besides feed?
Shot collars, feed, chicken feed,
Hey, Ken.
the GPS tracking
I'm
collars.
doing okay, Ken.
Was there some medicine?
There
If
was
you need-
medicine, there was all kinds of stuff in there.
So that you need to put something on a dog's skin for rash or something? That had that in the feed room?
Had that.
And now Ms. Maggie would go down there. I mean, you said she'd take a Mercedes sometime, but she'd ride her bike down there too, wouldn't she?
Bicycle, golf cart. And then sometimes she would walk.
She'd walk. And she liked to get the dogs out. Grady and Bubba and Maggie, I think, was Mr. Randolph's dog, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
And she liked to run the dogs in the golf cart sometimes, let them run
She
behind.
would.
Just
Sometimes she just would get out there and walk. But
now those were pet dogs, but they stayed at the kennel, right?
most of the time they did.
And they didn't let those dogs in the house because Buster had eczema. Were you aware of that?
I didn't wear that. I knew they would take them up to the house. Now, whether they went in, I didn't know.
You didn't know whether they went in or out or did not.
I know they stayed outside around the house.
And you know they had electric fence,
They did.
and sometimes it worked and sometimes it didn't.
Yes.
Okay. But it wasn't unusual for Bubba Grady and Maggie to be down at the kennels at
No.
night, right?
They wouldn't.
Okay. And they like to chase chickens. Bubba the one?
They never would chase chickens until Alex had got a rooster that would roost right over there. After he let that rooster out, that joker, you got there would taunt them jokers. And they got where they would chase the chickens.
Because the
That
rooster would be taunting the dogs.
Yeah, they aggravate the dogs to death.
All righty. That's all the questions I have, Dale. Thank you so much.
Redirect.
Curious, Dale, what happened to that rooster?
I can't remember if Grady got him or Bubba got him.
The rooster got his, apparently.
One of the dogs ended up getting the rooster.
All right. We heard a little bit about, well, first of all, did Alex do a lot of hunting?
I don't know how much hunting he done, but I know he done hunting.
Okay. And hunting involves killing animals.
It did.
So as far as you knew, he was a hunter.
Yes.
The slope of the concrete, the concrete out there on the dog kennel, did it have a slope to it?
Yes.
And that would be for what reason?
To run the water off.
So water would naturally drain out there even if it wasn't sunny?
It would.
And I think you mentioned and talked at length about the feed room and how there was issues there, but were the issues caused, the widening road, was that caused because it was actually draining?
When they done that room, they didn't, like I told that gentleman over there, they didn't seal that bottom plate like it should have been. And it would allow water when you sprayed the concrete off, that water kept just slowly getting underneath the concrete until it started rotting out around the door jambs and stuff.
If Maggie was down there at the kennels, would she have put the dog beds down for the dogs?
She would have.
If the kennel lights and the hanger lights and the underneath lights are on, is it fairly well lit out there?
It is.
You mentioned bed. What's your bedtime? You said you rise early. What's your bedtime?
My My bedtime, no,
What does that have
it
to do
all
with
depends.
anything?
Okay. What time are you in today?
That is a good question. Now, I can tell you my routine.
All right, tell me your routine.
Usually around 4, 5 o'clock, I go get a shower, and I'm in my recliner usually the rest of the day.
Okay, so if you're not in bed, you're in that recliner, Rich. After you shower, you're in that recliner.
How's it?
And the day is done.
Done.
Okay. And June 7th, that was that Monday, were you done that night at whatever time you took your shower, 4 or 5 o'clock?
I was done at 4:30, 5 o'clock. I hadn't had my shower. I was in my recliner.
And you were with your wife?
Yes.
Last question. When you were out there at 5 o'clock at the kennels in Moselle, were there any firearms anywhere on that property
That night, that particular day,
that particular day?
I did not see none.
Thank you.
Anything further?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Call your next witness.
State Post Carson Bernie.
You're good.
Nope, no more dogs for now. Sure, it'll come up again.
Do you swear or affirm that any testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
After you would, please, sir, be seated, take your full name, spell your last name, and then use the microphone where they can hear you.
Carson Burney, Burney.
No.
Now it's the afternoon. Good afternoon, Mr. Bernie.
Afternoon.
Tell us a little bit about yourself, Mr. Bernie.
My name is Carson Burney. As I mentioned, I've lived in South Carolina a little over 20 years. I graduated from University of South Carolina 2013 with a degree in finance. In 2015, I went back to USC, completed a 6-month paralegal certificate program there. 2019, I joined the Department of Revenue as a sales tax auditor. And in 2021, I was hired on as the forensic accountant in the state grand jury division at the South Carolina Attorney General's office.
So we work together.
We do. We used to share,
Yeah, me
have
too.
offices right next to each other.
About how long have you been with the Attorney General's office again?
Approximately a year and a half.
And about how long were you with the Department of Revenue before you came over to us?
A little over 2 years.
And say again for me, what is your job title with the AG's office?
I'm the forensic accountant in the state grand jury division.
All right, forensic accountant. What is a forensic accountant?
So a forensic accountant, it's a broad term, but essentially what I do is compile records, primarily financial records that include loans, credit card statements, bank account information, compile that information, and then pass it on typically to law enforcement or the prosecutors in my section.
And when you talk about you look at these records, what sort of volume of records are we talking about? Hundreds of pages, thousands of pages, 10,000s of pages?
In this case, thousands of pages of records. Yes.
You know, I don't get people. When you get caught red-handed, say the things they want you to say. I mean, common sense. I'm sorry for what I did. It was wrong. I regret doing it. I will never do it again. What? That is so easy to say. Just say it. Why are people so prideful? It's just, I don't understand people. Just fall on your sword and get it over with.
Thousands of pages.
Yes.
Would it be fair to say tens of thousands of pages?
Probably, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you like your
Bill.
job, Mr. Bernie?
I do like it. It can be tedious, but I do like it. I find a sense of fulfillment.
Do you have any certifications in connection with your work?
I do. I am a certified fraud examiner, which is a test. Essentially, you learn and you are tested on different fraud schemes, how to investigate those fraud schemes, the law surrounding that, and then different fraud prevention and deterrence methods.
As a forensic accountant, are you familiar with the concept called tracing?
I am.
What is tracing?
Tracing, in the context we're going to talk about, it's looking at the source of funds and tracing it out through to see where the final disposition of those funds ultimately end up.
And in your appointment as a forensic accountant, have you had opportunity to conduct any tracing analysis on records provided as part of this case?
I have pretty much all the alleged stolen money I have traced.
Right. Your Honor, the state would at this time move to qualify Mr. Burney as an expert in forensic accounting, particularly as to the tracing of funds.
Your Honor, we don't have any objections to his qualifications. We would renew our previous objections on this whole line of testimony under 404 and 403.
He's qualified as an expert.
Are there different ways of tracing funds, Mr. Burney?
There's several different methods.
What method did you apply in this particular matter?
I used what's called a first in, first out method. Simply put, the first money into an account that I'm looking at is the first money out. And in context of the tracing, it'd be the money from the source of the checks and then the first money out.
Now, and I kind of jumped ahead of myself a little bit. When money is moving around between different bank accounts, the banks aren't transmitting, the serial numbers on particular dollar bills, are they?
They are not.
All right. So you can't necessarily tell that a dollar with the serial number is the same dollar as that serial number and going across multiple accounts, can you?
No, you cannot.
And so are these methodologies how you go about deciding that a dollar in one account is the same as the dollar from another account?
That's correct. When you have a bank account, obviously it's a pool of money. So we have to apply some rules to say this money comes from the source.
Now, you indicated you use the first in, first out method. Is there any sort of lay explanation or description you can provide to us?
Yes. I like to use the example of, say you have $10 in your bank account. And for this example, we'll say it's legitimate money in that bank account. You go over to grandma's house, you get sticky fingers, you take $10 out of grandma's purse. You put that money in the same bank account. So now you have commingled funds, and we'll call the $10 from grandma's purse illegitimate funds. And then you have a transaction, let's say it's $15. So you're pulling partially from the $10 you previously had, the legitimate funds, and then $5 out of the $10 from grandma's account. So that's how the first in, first out method would work.
And so under that first in, first out method, what portion of that $15 would come from those legitimate funds and what portion of that would come from the sticky fingers money?
The $10 would be legitimate funds, and then the $5 from grandma's $10 you took and put into your bank account without her permission.
What other methodologies are there for the tracing of funds?
There's a lowest intermediate balance rule. Typically, you see it in trust fund accounting. It's with commingled funds. And typically, the principle behind that is any withdrawals out of those commingled funds are deemed to be personal funds, and the funds remaining in that account would be trust funds. You see it sometimes in bankruptcy proceedings. Another one is the one I mentioned, the first in, first out method. Then you have the reverse, which would be the last in, first out method, or last in, first out method. And then one I call essentially a proximity rule. If you see a large transaction, a large deposit come in and then almost immediately come out with a similar amount, you can draw a conclusion that those funds were to fund that other transaction.
So to go over that last one a little bit, if you're looking at a bank account and you see $1,000 come in and then right away $1,000 come out, would that be the proximity rule that you just described?
That's exactly correct.
And in that circumstance, you wouldn't even necessarily need to apply that first in, first out, or last in, first out, or any of the particularized math. You just say 1,000, it's all the same.
That's correct, yes.
Okay. In this particular case, were you asked to look into the deposit of $792,000 into accounts under the control of Alex Murdaugh?
I was.
All right. When was that money deposited into which accounts?
Can I review my notes?
Please do.
Okay, the $792,000 you are referring to it has been called the Ferris fees in previous testimony. It was 3 different checks, all from the Wilson Law Group. The dates deposited were March 10th, 2021, March 23rd, 2021, and April 20th, 2021. The first check was $192,000. The second, $375,000. And the third was $225,000, and all had a check date of March 10th, 2021.
And I'm sorry, what was that last date again?
The last date, the $225,000 was deposited on April 20th, 2021.
And did you apply any tracing analysis to the disbursement of those funds?
I did.
And which form of analysis did you apply to it?
I did the first in, first out method.
And without getting into any granular detail of the expenses from the account from that money, what generally was that money expended on?
So a large portion of the money was checks to associates, known people to Alex Murdaugh, and then the remaining of the funds, primarily we see credit card payments.
When was that $792,000 exhausted under that first in, first out analysis?
So it was completely exhausted out of the account by May 25th, 2021.
There's been a lot of attempts at math from the stand over the course of this trial. Am I correct in judging that to be roughly a month apart from the date of the last check deposited?
Yes, that would be approximately a month from April 20th, 2021.
So $792,000 exhausted in just a little bit over a month from the date of last deposit. And what was the date of the first deposit again? I apologize.
The first one was March 10th, 2021. So from that date to the last date, I believe 2.5 approximately months.
Were there into which account was that deposited again?
So all 3 checks were deposited into a Bank of America account ending in 6779 under the name of Alex Murdaugh.
Right. Now let's take a step back and talk a little bit about the accounts of Alex Murdaugh. Was that Alex's only account at Bank of America?
No.
All right. What was his other accounts at Bank of America?
He had other accounts that have been called the fake forge accounts. There are 2 of those accounts, and the accounts seemed to run consecutively. One account ended, and then a second one was created. The reason, I'm not exactly sure just from looking at the statements, but there were 2 different accounts. There's also a credit card account at Bank of America.
And did Mr. Murdaugh have accounts at Palmetto State Bank?
He did. He had several accounts at Palmetto State Bank.
Was there a particular account there that appeared in your analysis to be his primary account?
Yes, an account ending in 6092, checking account.
Generally speaking, when following funds from Bank of America, well, let me rephrase that question. Was there any pattern in the flow of funds after they were deposited into either the fake forge account or into that Bank of America checking account?
Yes, so when checks were deposited into the fake forge account, typically they were transferred out or withdrawn in cash. If they were transferred out, normally they would go to his personal banking account ending in 6779. Occasionally we would see cashier's checks come out of one of the forge accounts.
Now on those cashier's checks, would it say, hey, this is from the fake forge account on the face of it?
No.
When he would cut checks on that personal banking account, would it say, hey, this is stolen money on the face of those checks?
No.
So in those who would receive those checks, it would just say something to the effect of Alex Murdaugh or something of that nature?
That is correct.
Aside from those Bank of America accounts, did any money make it to Palmetto State Bank?
Yes. Occasionally, once the checks went into the personal account at Bank of America, another check would be written, typically just at Palmetto State Bank, and then ultimately it would be deposited into one of his accounts at Palmetto State Bank.
And would the funds thereafter be dispersed from that account?
Yes.
Circling back around to the $792,000 of Ferris fees or Mack truck fees, were you able to determine when any of those fees or other replacement fees were returned to Chris Wilson?
Yes.
All right, can you tell me a little bit about that?
Yes. So previous testimony had mentioned a $350,000 wire from Palmetto State Bank that went to the Wilson Law Group.
And from which institution did that wire originate?
Palmetto State Bank.
And well, that's $350,000. Were any additional funds provided to Chris Wilson?
Yes. So in Alex Murdaugh's account ending in 6779, we see a check was mobile deposited for $250,000. And then the next day, on July 16th, 2021, there's a wire for that same amount of money, $250,000, that went directly to Wilson Law Group, IOLTA account.
I'm showing you a document that is labeled as State's Exhibit 518. Do you recognize this document?
I do.
And is this the document that you were just describing of a $250,000 instrument deposited into Alex's account?
That is correct.
State moves to introduce into evidence Exhibit 518.
My intentional objection, Your Honor.
Admit it.
And is that the instrument you were just describing a moment ago?
It is.
Can you pull it down a little bit? We got a touch of glare. Thank you, Mr. Waters. All right, and that is a check made out to Alex Murdaugh for $250,000. What's the name at the top of the instrument?
It says John E. Parker.
From your work with investigators throughout this case, do you know who John E. Parker is?
I do.
All right, and who is he?
He is a former law partner of Alex Murdaugh's at what we've been calling PMPED.
All right, and right here above Mr. Waters' cuticle, there's something written in the memo line. What does that say?
Says loan.
All right, so on the face of this check, does it purport to be a loan to Mr. Murdaugh?
It does.
So that adds up to $600,000. Did you identify any additional funds sent back to Chris Wilson's office in replacement of that $792,000?
I did not.
And I apologize. With court's permission and suspect without objection from counsel, we have redacted certain personal identifying account information from the face of this document. What's the date on this instrument, Mr. Burney?
It is July 15th, 2021.
And is that the same date as the wire of funds from Palmetto State Bank to Mr. Wilson's trust account?
It is.
In the course of your analysis, did you have an opportunity to look at Mr. Murdaugh's balances on or about June 7th, 2021?
I did.
And did you look at his balances on all of his deposit accounts?
I did.
And did you look at his balances on all of his outstanding loans and lines of credit?
Yes, all that I've identified, I reviewed them, yes.
In your opinion, Mr. Burney, on June 7th, 2021, across Mr. Murdaugh's deposit accounts and demand lines of credit, did Richard Alexander Murdaugh have $792,000 available to return to Chris Wilson?
He did not.
On that same date, June 7th, 2021, across his deposit accounts and his demand lines of credit, did Richard Alexander Murdaugh have $500,000 available to give to the sons of Gloria Satterfield?
He did not.
On June 7th, 2021, did Richard Alexander Murdaugh have, across his deposits accounts and his lines of credit, did he have $10 million available to meet the settlement demands of Mark Gensley?
He did not have $10 million.
And it might seem obvious, given that we went through each of those individual scenarios, but on June 7th, 2021, did Richard Alexander Murdaugh have enough money to fulfill all three of those conditions?
He did. He was not able to fulfill all three conditions. That's correct.
No further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
We're going to break for lunch now. You may step down, do not discuss your testimony. Let's just a moment, ladies and gentlemen. Great, step down.
He bought drugs with it, Nancy.
And we'll resume at 2:15. Please do not discuss the case.
He bought drugs with it, but I don't think he bought that much. I mean, he stole millions. And I don't think he spent all of that money on drugs. So I don't know what he did with all of it.
You may bring the jury.
Okay, Jill. You think he hid a stash somewhere? I wonder if Buster has it.
The jury is present, sir.
Okay, very good. Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Burney.
Afternoon, Mr. Griffith.
Just I want to be sure we understand what you've done. You did a analysis of various bank accounts, seeing deposits in and money out. Is that correct?
So for the tracing, it was specifically the alleged stolen funds. I would just trace them out as they went through the bank accounts using that first in, first out method.
I mean, did you analyze any accounts that were stolen, what you contend to be stolen funds were not deposited into?
There's probably one or two accounts, maybe stolen money didn't hit, but any account under Alex Murdaugh's name at Palmetto State Bank and Bank of America, those were the primary two accounts.
But I mean, you're aware that he earned income as a practicing attorney?
Yes, yes.
And did you segregate that monthly income from?
Yes. So what I would do is prior to these funds going into those accounts, using that first in, first out method, I would completely deplete whatever income or deposit was in that account prior to, so we could separate each check out.
And you, in your testimony here today, you for the most part, limited your analysis to the $792,000 of the Ferris fee. Is that right?
Yeah, that's the only tracing we went over to.
Okay, and then at the end, you testified about essentially Mr. Murdaugh's. I guess it was a analysis of liabilities versus assets,
right?
About
so,
whether he had enough to pay.
Oh my God.
A, B, and C.
Right. So what I did for the date of June 7th, the accounts we had, I looked at balances in addition to outstanding loans. So that's how I was able to determine that.
And that was just purely balances in financial accounts, is that right?
That's correct.
And did that include any analysis of his 401k or retirement account?
No, in the balance sheet I had no, because those were in retirement accounts.
Okay.
So obviously, you have tax implications and penalties and fees associated with those.
And did that analysis include the value of any real estate holdings?
So I was just looking at outstanding, what he owed the bank.
Did that?
I didn't have up to date June 7th, 2021 appraisals for every land he owned.
Sure. And I think we all understood your answer, but your answer is no, it did not include an analysis of any equity in real estate holdings. Is that correct?
No, because I would not be able to determine that to the date.
And your analysis also did not include any interest he may have in real estate partnerships, correct?
Such as Redbeard and Zero United.
Well, let's start there. Redbeard and Zero United.
So I just had the loan statements and outstanding principal on that. And as we know, they were charged off, I believe, in 2012, and interest was accruing. But this is just a principal balance that I was looking at.
Right, but you didn't look to see what the value of Redbeard was and the value of United was.
No, I had no idea what they would have been in June 7th, 2021.
And were you aware that he was had an equity interest in a real estate partnership that owned the PMPED law firm building in Hampton?
I became aware when I saw he was paid out of that account at the end in October, I believe. And then I would see occasionally, I called them rent checks. I think every month or so he would get a few thousand from that ownership.
But in your testimony of sort of a snapshot on June 7th, you didn't take into account the value of his interest in the PMPED law firm building, did you?
So I was looking at liquid assets. So would he have the ability that day to pay those amounts?
Okay. All right. And I take it then you also didn't take into account his ability to raise capital through borrowing money from Palmetto State Bank if he needed to.
So I was only looking at outstanding loans. So I can't comment whether or not he could. We know after the fact he got a loan from the bank, but at that time I wouldn't know what he's eligible for or not eligible for. If he wanted to take out an additional loan.
Well, we know before the fact that he had never been turned down for a loan at Palmetto State Bank, correct?
To my knowledge, no.
Right. And we know before the fact that he had paid Palmetto State Bank in over $4 million in interest payments. Don't we know that?
I've not calculated that myself, but if that's what you're representing.
Okay. Well, we know before the fact that the chairman of the board of Palmetto State Bank's position was, if Alex Murdaugh wants a loan from the bank, we'll make it happen. You're aware of that, aren't you?
That's my understanding.
So there was no, and just to be clear, you weren't telling the jury that on June 7th, Mr. Murdaugh's financial freight train was about to go off to the ravine. That's not what you were telling this jury, is it?
I was just looking at the account balances, outstanding loans, the fact that money had to be borrowed to pay back the Chris Wilson fees.
And he borrowed money from his partner, Johnny Parker. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you know before the fact that Mr. Parker frequently loaned money to other partners in the firm because the cash flow in their business was, not great until the end of the year.
I know Johnny Parker loaned Alex money. I'm not sure about the other partners, but you are correct. He did loan him money.
Now, in your analysis of the $792,000, you testified that that a large percent of the money went to associates and then the rest went to pay credit card bills, right?
Generally speaking, without getting into a granular level.
Sure. Well, can you generally tell me approximately how much money of the $792,000 was sent to Curtis Eddie Smith?
From my tracing, approximately $500,000
Of the 792?
of the 792, yes, sir.
Okay. All right. 1 second, Your Honor.
You got right.
Ms. Bernie, you indicated that you were looking at liquid assets on June 7th, 2021. Is that correct?
That is,
Did I understand your testimony a moment ago correctly that that's what you were looking at?
yes.
Mr. Bernie, do you own a home?
I do.
So you've gone through the process of purchasing land before, is that correct?
A couple times, yes, sir.
A couple times. When you were buying, or let me rephrase my question here, did you ever sell any real estate?
I have once.
Was it an instant process or did it take some time?
It took months.
Months.
From listing to closing, yes.
So did you get the money for your real estate right when you sold it, or did it take all the way to closing to get that money?
Took all the way to closing.
Mr. Murdaugh needed money from his real estate interests through sell. Would that have taken some time?
I imagine, yes.
Okay, impatient.
Did I hear you correctly a moment ago in your testimony, or acknowledge in your testimony the possibility that Mr. Murdaugh paid over $4 million in interest to Palmetto State Bank on various loans?
That's what Mr. Griffin represented. I had not done
You
the
don't need to bark.
calculations
I know you
myself.
want some.
As you indicated a moment ago, what was your aim again in tracing these funds?
Looking at their ultimate dispositions, where the money went to.
Did you start with particular instruments and then go from there?
I did.
And in analyzing where the funds from those instruments went, did a portion of those instruments go to loan payments
Yes.
at Palmetto State Bank?
Yes. Loan payments at Palmetto State Bank and to pay back loans from other individuals.
And did a significant portion of those funds go towards paying that $4+ million in interest to Palmetto State Bank?
Yes.
And did that represent a significant portion of where the stolen funds were ultimately disposed?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
You may step down.
Thank you.
Your next witness.
Did he have a mistress?
All right, the state calls Marion Proctor.
He could have had a mistress. Who knows?
Marion Proctor.
He always went into the office late. Maybe he went to see somebody before he went into work. Could have had a lady on the side.
Do you swear affirm the testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God? All right, you do this now. Sit right up here. State your full name for the record. Spell your last name, and then move the microphone where they can hear you. Go ahead.
Yep, anything is possible.
I'm Marion Proctor, Proctor.
Good afternoon, Ms. Proctor.
Hi.
Go ahead and tell the jury, do you have any relationship to Maggie and Paul?
I am Maggie's sister, and Paul is my nephew.
Can you pull that mic just a little bit closer or slide your chair up just a little bit so you don't have to lean forward?
Okay.
And
Did you get
is that a fresh bottle of water there?
It is.
Oh, it is? That's your water?
Yes.
Did you get peanut butter on the floor?
Go ahead and, if you would, tell us a little bit about yourself, just where you grew up and just a little bit about yourself so they get to know you just a little bit, please.
Okay. I grew up in Wilmington, North Carolina. Maggie and I did. She was my only sibling with two parents. And we both went to college, both married, both lived in South Carolina. We've been here ever since. I'm married. I have 3 daughters. And we live in the Charleston area.
Where did Maggie go to college?
South Carolina.
Did she go somewhere else and then transfer to South Carolina?
She did.
How far apart are you and Maggie?
5 years.
And your parents, what are their names?
Terry and Kennedy.
And do y'all have any other siblings, or was it just you and Maggie?
It's just Maggie and me.
Growing up, being 7 years apart as younger folks, was that a bit of an age difference as y'all grew up?
It was.
5.
For children, that's a
thought
lot.
she said 5.
I was in college. She was in high school. So we weren't super close when we were children, but later on, as our lives became more similar, we became very close.
And how long ago do you think that relationship grew very close?
When the children were little, we did a lot together. It was easy. As they got older with, their commitment, sports and things like that, it was mostly holidays, Christmas, Thanksgiving. And then when we both became empty nesters, we were having a really good time.
Y'all talk almost every day?
Almost every day.
Tell the jury a little bit about Maggie. How would you describe her as somebody, just so they can get an idea of who she was?
Maggie was sweet. She was kind of a free spirit. She was always up for anything that was going on. She loved her family. She loved her boys. Buster and Paul were her world. She loved my parents. We, joked how we would grow old together and take care of them. And she was just a really, really good person.
Was Maggie a tomboy at all, or was she more of a girl's girl?
No, she was definitely a girl's girl, but she made the best of having 2 boys. She was right in there fishing, hunting. She didn't grow up doing that. We used to laugh that she'd get in the deer stand with her Southern Living magazine, and the boys would tell her she was making too much noise turning the pages. And then, fishing, she loved going out on the boat. She loved being at the beach. She loved going to the islands. I don't know that she really fished that much, but she just wanted to do what they were doing. She wanted to spend time with them.
What about the Gamecocks?
No.
She was a big Gamecock fan.
Are you a Gamecock fan?
I'm a big Clemson fan.
Y'all still managed to get along, though, right?
We got along great. We did. And we were together a lot on those Clemson, Carolina days. And we would have a big time.
Being kind of a girl's girl, did she like spending time with you and your daughters and getting a chance to do those sorts of things?
She loved it. She and my girls loved their Aunt Maggie. She always, said that she was their favorite aunt. And she just, loved catching up on all the latest makeup and, hair trends and shoes. And she just loved doing girl stuff with us.
Did Maggie work over the years, or was she focused on taking care of the boys and raising them?
She was mostly a stay-at-home mom. She had a little shop in Hampton for a while. She and Miss Libby did that together. So that was fun. She was real involved with the boys' schools, you know, all their sporting events. I don't think she probably ever missed one, but she was mostly a stay-at-home mom.
What about Paul? Did you get to know him, obviously, as your nephew?
Yes.
Tell the jury just a little bit about Paul and what he was like.
Paul was a sweet, sweet boy, misrepresented in the media. He had such a kind side to him. He was always wanting to help. You know, Aunt Marion, does Uncle Bart need some wood? He'd bring us a load of wood. He was a kind soul, and I loved him a lot.
Was Maggie very involved in the family finances, to your knowledge?
Not at all.
Explain to the jury a little bit, if you would.
They had a comfortable life. Maggie was happy. It wasn't a lavish life, but it was a comfortable life. And, I mean, money just, it was never an issue for her that she knew about.
That she knew about?
Right.
I think you said you don't think Maggie ever balanced a checkbook as finances wasn't.
She didn't. So I was the sister who balanced it to the penny and went crazy if I made a mistake in my checkbook. Maggie's was in the floor of her car with all of her bills thrown all over it. And she didn't. Organization was not her best skill.
Mr. Randolph, Paul's grandfather, did you know him?
I did.
And then his spouse was who?
Miss Libby.
Towards the end of Maggie Paul's life, can you tell the jury just a little bit about Miss Libby's health?
Miss Libby had Alzheimer's and wasn't too bad at first, but she's been declining for years, and it's real bad now. I think she stays in bed all day. She doesn't recognize her family, and she has to be helped
Other
to
way
do everything.
around.
She can't feed herself or
She's so stupid.
go to the bathroom or do anything.
Back in June of 2021, was her condition similar in that regard?
Yes.
Back in June of 2021, was Mr. Randolph suffering any health issues?
Mr. Randolph was really sick. He had lots of different things wrong with him. And I think that his days were coming close to an end.
In the days leading up to Paul and Maggie's death, had the family received some not encouraging news about Mr. Randolph's prognosis?
Correct. I think that they felt like everything had been done for him that could be done. And I'm not sure Mr. Randolph wanted anything else done to him either. It had been a long road for him.
Backing up a little bit, the family, Alec and Maggie's family, properties, did they have a house in Hampton at one time?
They did. They built that house.
And did they have a beach house?
They did.
And where was that?
At a stone.
And when did they get the beach house roughly? Do you recall?
Oh, gosh. I really don't know. They've had it for a long time, 15. I really don't know. I'm sorry.
And what about Moselle? They had that property as well?
Yes, Moselle was their most recent property. And it was kind of a hunting plantation type place. Great setup for hunting everything and lots of beds for Alec to have men come out and have hunts and not Maggie's favorite place to be, but the boys loved it.
And in the summertime, where did Maggie typically prefer to be? Edisto? Or?
She loved the beach, yes.
Are you familiar with what people refer to as the boat crash?
I am.
And to your general recollection, that happened around February of 2019?
Correct.
After the boat crash, did the family, and particularly Maggie, feel like what she felt some sort of backlash in the community or some sort of negative reaction that bothered her?
She did. That was a devastating blow for their family. It was a horrible accident, but it was an accident. And
He was drunk.
Maggie felt like the Hampton community had turned against her. And Paul was being mistreated. People would say mean things to him, call him names. Social media, inappropriate things were said to him. Inappropriate things were said to him when he went back to school. And it was very hard on the family. It was very stressful.
Is that also part of the reason that Maggie preferred staying in Edisto?
I think so, yes.
During this time period, did Maggie start looking for a house somewhere else?
She did. They sold their Hampton house. She was looking in the Hilton Head, Bluffton area for something. She had been looking in that area for a while.
Okay. Did she find anything she liked?
She did. She found one house that she just loved, and she called me and my parents to come down and take a look at it. And I believe Alec was there too. And she really thought that they might make an offer on that house, but in the end, they did not. I think Alec advised her that the timing was just not right with the boat case going on.
With the boat case going on? So we move closer to June 7th of 2021. I believe you testified that the family had received some bad prognosis on Mr. Randolph. Is that correct?
Yes. Maggie called me that day and said she was at Edisto. She had some men working on the house, and Mr. Randolph was not doing well at all. And Alec really wanted her to come home that night. She hadn't planned on it, but that he needed her to come home, and Paul was going to be there too. And I said, well, Maggie, I said, Alec and his dad are super close, and that's probably what you should do. Go be with him if he needs you.
She said that Alec wanted her to come home that night?
Yes.
And what was your understanding of Maggie's intent or what they were going to do that night?
I was under the impression they were going over to Alameda to visit his parents.
And that's why Alec wanted Maggie to come home?
Correct.
And that was from your conversation with her?
Yes.
She called you to let you know that that's what Alec had called her about?
Yes.
You said she was having some work done at Edisto on June 7th?
Yes, just maintenance work, getting it ready for the summer.
You encouraged her to go to Mozo?
I did.
Was that the last time you talked to her?
Yes. Thank you.
that right? Remember about what time of day that was?
I think it was around 4 o'clock in the afternoon. I think Maggie loved to call me when she was driving. She was always driving from, Moselle to Edisto to Charleston. And I think it was around 4 that afternoon.
What was the rest of your day like? Just a normal day?
TB is Turtle
Just a
Boy.
normal day.
Aiden Carney.
Did you go to bed that evening?
He's a journalist
Actually,
that worked on the Karen
we're
Reed
not in
case
bed.
and got himself
We
in
were
trouble.
watching a movie. It was just Bart and me at home that night.
Bart, your
And-
husband? Tell me how you found out.
John, I didn't even realize this was going on. We were watching a movie and Bart had gotten up to,
Yep.
I thought, go into the kitchen, and he had a text from John Marvin saying that there had,
Got a yarn
no,
burn.
I'm sorry, a text from Randy, saying that there had been a tragedy, and could Bart please call him on his cell phone? He had called on Alex's cell phone, but wanted Bart to call him back on his cell phone.
So what happened?
So Bart went outside and called him. So I still didn't know anything was going on and told him that Maggie and Paul had been shot. They were dead.
There was a shadow sighting.
What was your reaction?
Don't growl at her. She's not doing
I just
anything to
couldn't believe
you.
it. I didn't think it was true. I said, there has to be a mistake. I said, there's got to be some explanation. It just can't be them.
What'd y'all do after that?
We gathered up our things and we went to tell my parents.
Get up here.
And they live in Somerville. My mom had just had knee replacement surgery. So when we got to Somerville, I called and I said, Mom, we're on the way. And we've got some bad news to share, but I want to be with you. And so she was sitting in her recliner chair with her leg all bundled up. And so we got there and both of my parents were there. And I think my mom went into shock. She couldn't be still, and she just kept making these noises. And
Well, I didn't mean it
it
that
was
way.
just the worst.
Did you go to Moselle at any point?
We pretty much stayed with my parents all night.
Well, I didn't mean it that way. He didn't do anything wrong. But he got in trouble because everybody's crooked up there. I didn't mean that he did anything wrong. But he got in trouble because of the crooked cops and legal system and everything up there in Canton. That's why he got in trouble, but not because he did anything wrong.
We went back home, showered, and then we all went to Moselle the next morning.
Over the next few days, were y'all
You
staying
missed.
back in Somerville and going to Moselle? Or
I'm getting old and
what
fat.
were you and your parents doing in Bart?
So we had family coming
Here, I'll help
in
you.
from Kentucky, and some of them were staying with me, some of them were
You
staying with my
missed. I'm
parents, but
helping.
we were in Moselle every day. We were planning the funeral, doing it, but just, we were in Moselle every day after that until the funeral.
I already did Karen
Did
Reed.
that shock of finding out last for a while?
I'm sorry,
Did that shock of finding out last for a while?
it's still hard to face.
I did her criminal trial. I don't know if they're gonna stream the civil trial or not. I haven't been doing any of the preliminary hearings. Yeah, I know. I started to watch that and then I didn't. I'm glad I didn't because it would have pissed me off. Um, Judy, do you know if they're going to stream the civil trial? Because if they stream it, I'll do it. Um, I don't like preliminary hearings because they're boring usually. Well, yeah, the federal court ones aren't going to be streamed, but are they all? They're not all federal court though, are they? Did I stream her first trial or just her second one? I think I just did the second one. And then I have some members only ones about Jen McCabe's testimony. And I think I did a members only about Proctor. So, but yeah, if they stream the state ones, I will do it. Judy's just going to have to keep me updated on it because I haven't been watching the preliminary. I just find them boring. Because they're like so detailed on procedural things. You know, like they state a lot of law. Like we can't talk about this because of this law and that because of that law. And like, because the lawyers and the judge know the law, like they don't go into explanations about what they're talking about. They just like cite cases and I'm confused. So that's why I don't like preliminary hearings. So, but yeah, if it's streamed, I'll do it. And like I said, I did her criminal trial.
When you got to Moselle, did you see Alec, the defendant?
I did.
Did y'all hug?
We did.
What kind of question is that?
We did.
Over the course of the next couple of days or in the aftermath, as the shock was wearing off just a little bit, did you have any conversation with Alec about what had happened?
I didn't talk to Alec a lot. Alec was just really busy and the whole town was coming to see him and he was very, very, very torn up. I did at one point ask him if Maggie had suffered, and he assured me that she did not. Now, I don't know that I think that's true. And I asked if Paul had suffered, and he said no. And then later I asked him, I said, Alec, do you have any idea who's done this? I said, we have got to find out who could do this. And he said that he did not know who it was, but he felt like whoever did it had thought about it for a really long time.
Whoever had done it had thought about it for a really long time. Does that strike you as odd?
Who was
Just didn't know what that
deliberating during this trial? That was weird.
Were you ever privy or have any discussion with anything Alex said about whether or not he went to the kennels that night?
I personally did not talk to him about that, but he told my mom that he had dinner with Maggie and Paul and then he took a nap, which he did. That was kind of a routine. He would lay down on the sofa at night after work and take a nap.
But he said he never went to the kennel.
Correct.
That's a weird time to take a nap.
After your conversation with Maggie, your last conversation with her, did it strike you as odd that she didn't go to the kennels or go to Alameda with Alec?
Yes,
And why is that?
because that's the whole reason she went home that night.
Did you think from your conversation with Maggie that she was planning to see Mr. Randolph too?
I thought so. I didn't realize that Mr. Randolph wasn't there at the time.
That was a surprise to you?
Mhm.
In the days and weeks following Maggie and Paul's murder, did Alec ever say anything about the boat case?
We would talk about the boat case. And he was very intent on clearing Paul's name.
What did he say?
He said that his number one goal was clearing Paul's name. And I thought that was so strange because my number one goal was to find out who killed my sister and Paul.
But that wasn't Alec's concern, main concern?
I know he must have wanted that too, but it's just, I don't know how he could have thought about anything else.
He talked about the boat case. Do you ever act scared or afraid that the real killers were out there somewhere or anything like that, or was he concerned with the boat case?
We were afraid. We didn't know what was going on. My family was scared. I was scared for Alec and Buster.
Yeah, but hindsight is 2020. Like, now that we know about the financial crimes and the drug abuse, it's easy to say, don't believe anything he said. But at the time, they had no idea. They didn't know about the financial crimes or the drug abuse. They didn't know about any of this. To them, this was an upstanding person in the community, and he was a loving husband and father, and they didn't know any of this was going on. So of course they trusted him, and they did not think that he killed them. They had no reason to believe that he would kill them. So they're now putting two and two together, but at the time they were all shocked and had no idea it was him.
I felt like they needed protection. I think everybody was afraid. And Alec didn't seem to be afraid.
Can you imagine the sucker punch they felt when they realized it was him?
Did he also talk about putting Buster back into law school
Absolutely.
Yes.
after the murders?
And the people in his law firm had known him forever.
Maggie loved those dogs,
It's a
didn't she?
small community.
She did.
She like going down there and playing with them?
She did.
Oh, we got dogs again.
Would she tend to walk down there, or would she take another way to get down there?
If she was dieting, she'd walk. Sometimes she'd ride her bicycle, and she'd take her car. She'd go, just whatever she felt like. Take her car, take one of the golf cart things.
She wasn't a hunter, though, was she?
No.
What'd she think about those AR-style guns?
Oh, I
that
made it
boys
worse.
She seemed to be fine with those. I remember when she wanted to give them those for Christmas, and I just growing up with girls and not in the hunting world, I said, Maggie, why would you give those boys those guns? And she said they love to shoot hogs, and which I understood that the hogs were tearing up their property, but it just scared me that that the boys would have such a dangerous weapon. But I know nothing about guns, so.
1 second, Mr. Crawford. Thank you for testifying. Please answer any questions the defense may have.
Mr. Griffin.
Hey.
I hate the way he cross-examines, and he knows her. He just said, "Hey," and she's like, "Hey."
I'm sorry, this is hard for me too. Maggie was a very special person,
Then
wasn't
why
she?
are you questioning
She
her?
wasn't.
Let Poot do it.
And she and Alec had a very special relationship, didn't
They did.
they? And they had a very special family, did they not?
They did.
And they loved to do things together as a family, didn't they?
They did.
And it just wasn't Alec and Maggie and Paul and Buster, but your parents were part of their family, right?
Yes.
And I doubt you've heard all the testimony here in court, but a lot of Paul's friends referred to your dad as Papa T. Is that what people refer to him as?
Yes.
And your mother as Grandma.
Yes.
And it sort of seemed like Paul and Buster's friends were part of your parents' extended family. Is that right?
Yes.
And you and your husband and Bart and your children, y'all would all vacation together with, not necessarily with Buster and Paul's friends, but with Maggie and Alec and Paul and Buster, and y'all did things as a family a lot. Did you
We
know?
did.
And Alec was really close to your parents, wasn't he?
Yes.
And he considered your dad as one of his best friends, I believe.
He was very kind to my dad.
Right. And y'all would vacation. I think your husband had a house in the Keys. You would vacation there, right?
Correct.
And y'all would do a lot together. You place up in off Lake Kiowee.
Correct.
And you said Maggie was a girl, but she took to the boys and learned to be a mother of two rambunctious sons, right?
She did.
And you said earlier that about sporting events that Maggie never missed any of Paul and Buster's sporting events. Is that right?
Correct.
And Alec was there right by Maggie at every sporting event, wasn't he?
Coaching.
Coaching most of the time, right? The weeks leading up to the horrific day of June the 7th, you had a family get together up at Kiowee,
We did.
and your daughter was you're having a baby shower for your daughter.
Right,
You're about to be a grandmother for the first time.
yes.
And where was it?
When was it?
Where?
Where?
Yeah.
My daughter lives in Greenville.
Okay. And and it was the weekend, I think, of May 21st.
I think it was the weekend before Memorial Day weekend.
Right. And I'm going to show you a photo and see if you recognize this photo. And it's defendant's exhibit 122.
Yes,
Do you recognize that?
I took that picture.
You took that picture.
I did.
Your Honor, we would introduce defendant's 122 in evidence this time.
No objection, Your Honor. Submit it.
Can you pull up 122, Doug? You know, I'm not sure, Marion, if the jury has actually seen a picture of Maggie in this trial. She's obviously the only female here in this photo.
Mhm.
And y'all favor each other greatly, right?
We do.
And this was a weekend, just a couple of, I mean, you said the weekend before Memorial Day, right? And that's Buster on the left,
Yes,
and that's Paul,
right,
and then Maggie and Alex, right?
correct.
Thank you. You can take that down. Did you see Maggie again after being with her up in above Greenville?
I did not.
So that was the last time you were together with her?
Mhm. She, they were at Edisto for Memorial Day, and then the next weekend was my birthday, and we were back in the upstate. And then I got the call on Monday.
And you understand, the weekend after Memorial Day, Alec and Maggie went to Columbia for a super regional baseball game with Buster and his girlfriend Brooklyn.
Right,
You were aware of that?
I am.
And you mentioned that Maggie was a big Carolina fan and Alec was a big Carolina fan, right?
They both graduated from there.
And they went to a lot of the Carolina sporting events as a couple.
Yes.
Right.
Wrong way.
And leading up to June 7th, well, let me back up. I know we've talked about this, and I don't want this to come out the wrong way, but Maggie did a lot for Alex's mom and dad, but didn't it make her somewhat sad to go over and visit his mother because of her condition?
Absolutely.
And it was really not high on her list of things that she wanted to do.
Maggie went there a lot. She just didn't feel like she needed to go every day like Alec liked to go.
And Alec would go every day and sometimes more than once a day.
As much as he could, he did.
And but Maggie cared for Mr. Randolph, and I know she loved him. I'm talking about she would, prepare food for him and tried to spoil him, wouldn't she?
It was the no salt diet.
Right.
And they were all struggling to cook food that he would eat with no salt.
And she experimented with different things, hopefully that he would enjoy, right?
Right. The whole family was taking turns and trying to provide meals.
And now that on the 7th, I think in the afternoon, and we'll establish this later, but, around 4:30, Mr. Randolph got admitted back to the hospital in Savannah.
I know that now.
Right. And you said earlier that
you expected from your conversation with Maggie that she was going to go over to Almeda and see Alex's parents on the evening of the 7th, but and you found it odd afterwards when you found out she didn't.
Correct.
But knowing that Alex's dad was not there and he was back in the hospital, it doesn't really seem that odd anymore, does it?
Probably not.
You and Bart received an awful phone call on the night of the 7th about Maggie and Paul's death, right?
We did.
And it was from John Marmon?
Randy.
Randy.
I'm sorry, I misspoke earlier.
And one of the requests was that you and Bart go and tell your parents in person, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, I don't know that they requested, but I knew we had to do that in person.
So you did that in person?
Yes.
And then the next day, you came to Moselle with your parents?
Correct.
And Alex, was he grieving greatly?
Oh, terribly.
I mean, people have
We were all,
described him as being destroyed. Would you agree with that assessment?
yes.
And Buster was there?
Yes.
And I jumped ahead, but leading up, Maggie enjoyed being at Edisto over Moselle in the summertime.
Correct. I think most people would.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Enjoyed it a lot more than being at Moselle.
Right.
But Alec had to stay at Moselle, or did stay at Moselle, because his work was right there in Hampton. Right.
Right.
And Alec was constantly wanting Maggie to come back and stay with him at Moselle, wasn't he?
Perhaps. I'm not sure. I don't think he really liked being by himself.
But when he asked Maggie to come back on the 7th, I mean, you didn't think that was really an unusual request, because he wanted to be with Maggie
Right.
and didn't like to be by himself.
I did not think it was unusual, and that's why I encouraged her to do so.
And you, from your conversation with Maggie, you knew that Paul was going to be there.
Correct.
Right. And do you know why Paul was going to be there? Have you heard?
I didn't know at the time. I know now.
That's it. But anyway, and you encouraged Maggie to go be with Alec, because you know his dad was in bad shape.
Right.
Now, after Maggie and Paul were murdered, Mr. Randolph died 2 days later, I believe, or 3 days.
Mm-hmm.
So it was a very difficult time for everyone, wasn't it?
Very.
And there were 2 funerals, one on a Saturday for Maggie and Paul, and one on Sunday from Mr. Randolph, right? And then after a day or so, did Alec and Buster come to Somerville and stay with your parents?
Yes,
And did they stay with your parents a lot after the murders?
yes, especially Alec.
Yeah, Alec, to your knowledge, did Alec ever spend another night at Moselle after the murders?
He did not.
She stayed with your parents. He visited with you and your husband and family down at Key West at sometime in the end of July. Is that right?
He did.
And then he and Buster came up to Greenville up at one point in time.
They did.
And then and he was staying with his brother Randy at times. He was all over the place.
He was.
Now, you mentioned that after the murders that Alex said that he was very intent on clearing Paul's name from the boating accident, right? And you knew that Maggie felt very strongly that Paul was not driving the boat when the beautiful Mallory Beach came to her tragic death, right?
Correct.
I mean, Maggie was adamant. She was on a mission to clear Paul's name, was she not?
Sort of.
Sort of. And she was, and you're not critical of Alex for wanting to clear Paul's name after he was murdered, do you? Are you?
I'm not critical about that at all. I think that was his way of honoring Paul.
What just
after he was gone. I just
The spike cam just decided
thought
to
his
turn the
priority
volume up
should have
on
been
itself.
focusing on finding out who killed Maggie and Paul.
And how do you know that wasn't a priority for him?
We never talked about it. We never talked about finding the person who could have done it.
That was weird.
It was just odd. And we were sort of living in fear because we thought this horrible person was out there, and we were mostly afraid for Alec and Buster, but we didn't know the motive behind the killings. We thought it probably had something to do with the boat case.
Right.
And we thought that up until September.
Right.
And then things started to change a little bit.
Sure. Well, were you aware that Alec started carrying a gun after the murder? You didn't know
Alec
that?
always carried a gun.
What's that?
He always carried a gun.
On his person that he started carrying a gun. Were you aware of that?
I knew he usually had one in his car.
I want to ask you just sort of one
What are you
topic
expecting me to do? Judy? Get up and run screaming out of the courtroom?
Bubba was Maggie and Alec's dog, is that right? Bubba could be a little hard-headed, we've heard. But
Yes,
Yes.
Bubba. I think Bubba could be a handful.
but it's pretty clear that Alec could control Bubba pretty well.
Yes.
And Maggie enjoyed going down to the kennels, as far as you know, to play with the dogs.
She did.
And she was a dog lover,
She was.
and you're a dog lover,
I am.
and you'll have dogs. What you know that they didn't allow dogs in the house at Moselle
Correct.
because of, I don't know, like,
Allergies,
yeah, allergies.
right.
And
But they had a big porch and there were dog beds all outside on the porch and,
right.
you know, huge buckets of water. And when I was there, the dogs were always up there at the house.
Did you know there was an electric fence around?
I did not know that there was an electric fence, but
And did Maggie and Alec let dogs in the house down at Edison?
I don't think so. They stayed mostly underneath the house. She
They
had
had
a
like
pen,
Right.
big pen down there.
So they had a dog run type thing underneath the house.
And that leads
Yes.
to my favorite Jeff Foxworthy joke. If your porch was to collapse and it would kill more than 10 dogs, you might be a redneck.
And did you ever go to Edison and visit
Yes.
with Maggie and Alec and their family?
Yes.
And were Paul's friends and Buster's friends welcome
Always.
at Edison and at Moselle?
Yes.
And
Maggie loved having the boys' friends around.
and I think you mentioned this, but Moselle was Moselle Paul's passion.
Yes.
He loved that place.
Yes.
And Alec enjoyed being there with Paul. Is that right?
Yes. He did.
And, one second, Ryan. Just very briefly.
Do that? During the actual trial?
In your own words, tell the jury what you believe Alex's relationship was with Paul.
I think they had a very good relationship. They loved all the same things. They loved to hunt. They loved to fish. They loved to work the land. I think the plan was for Paul to take over Moselle one day. And they had a great father-son relationship.
And in your own words, you tell the jury what you believe Alex's relationship with Maggie was.
It was good. It wasn't perfect. But Maggie was happy. And I think she was happy.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
You got it.
May it please court, Your Honor. When Maggie called you on the afternoon of June 7th, 2021, she reported to you that her whole purpose for going home was to go with Alec to visit Almeida. Is that correct?
Objection leading.
What did Maggie tell you her whole purpose was in going home and Alec wanting her to come home?
Trying to tell you.
June 7th, 2021?
She was going home to be with Alec and visit his parents at Almeida.
It was such a point of contention that you actually encouraged her to go.
I did.
You were asked some questions about you testified about Alec not being focused on trying to figure out who killed Maggie and Paul, and then something happened in September. Is that right?
Correct.
And that changed for you, and you started to look at the motive. Is that correct? That's what you just testified, correct?
Correct.
And in September, you got fired from the law firm, right?
Correct.
And it started to come out about years and years of theft and misappropriation of clients. Is that correct?
Objection leading.
Objection sustained.
What came out in September that changed your
He
calculus?
doesn't know how to not
And
read.
objection exceeding the scope of cross.
Objections overruled.
Please answer the question.
We were on our way to a football game, and we received a phone call from a friend of ours saying how sorry they.
This issue that has not been ruled.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll have you go to the jury room. These will not discuss the case.
Big deal. She went on to what it was to change that period in time. What came out in September that changed your calculus?
And objection exceeding the scope of cross.
Objections are ruled.
Please answer the question.
We.
Big deal. And she went on to explain her answer, and that's
Dang it.
403 and 404. There is a logical connection. Your Honor, at this point, of course, this is responsive to a question that was raised on cross-examination by Mr. Griffin, in which she testified something happened in September. So for that reason, just to begin with, I believe that door is open as to her to explain what it was that changed that period in time, which was the nature of my question to her. Additionally, I think if we look beyond that, there is a connection if we want to talk and have in-camera hearing about her answer and about 403 and 404. There is a logical connection between what happened in the roadside shooting and what happened on June 7th, 2021. And that connection is, of course, that the evidence will show that as the temperature increases, as there's a confrontation for Alex Murdaugh, then things like this happen. And that's what happened on September. But as it relates to this specific witness, this was a answer that came up during the defense cross. And it's fair to explore with this witness now what changed in September, which she's already testified to from a defense question.
And what was the question that prompted the response that you now indicate opens the door for this? Yes.
So in that particular question and in her response, he asked her, and he had been, of course, engaging in great detail about the family relationship and that sort of thing, and put up a picture and all the rest of it, and asked her about her assessment at that particular time, and she went in and started to explain that, and he was specifically asking about Alec being concerned about clearing Paul's name in the boat case, and then she explained further that, and he asked her if that was any big deal, and she went on to explain her answer, and that's when she talked about how everything changed in September, and that was what I was exploring, what happened in September, which has been testimony before this jury, and I think now fair game for them to understand what happened in September.
All right, yes, sir.
Your Honor, that was not the question.
What was the question? That was my question to Mr. Waters, and he's explained a whole lot. I don't know if he responded to my question. Maybe you will. What was the question that you posed that generated the response about her concerns and her concerns changing?
The question that I asked related to her, I said, you testified previously that you didn't believe Alec was concerned about finding out who did this, or more concerned about clearing Paul's name. And then she says, well, it seemed odd he wasn't concerned about finding out who did this. And I said, why do you think he was not concerned? And then she goes into testifying, well, initially we thought it was the boating accident. And then after September, we thought perhaps it's something completely different. And I mean, I was exploring her testimony on direct, and she offered up the issue of the roadside shooting. So I didn't ask anything about the roadside shooting, Your Honor. I was asking her why she thought Alec was not trying to, what was the basis of her belief that Alec wasn't trying to find out who did this?
All right, Mr. Waters.
And I apologize if I wasn't more clear. I don't remember the specific question, but what I do.
We'll have court reporters. We'll have Ms. Harris, if you'll go back and get to Mr. Griffin and his questioning of Ms. Proctor. And solely consumed about the, I don't know how.
I thought they had to be there unless it was like a jury viewing or something like that. Or like a charging conference. I thought they had to be there for the actual trial part itself though. This echo is driving me crazy. Do you guys hear the echo? It's gonna drive me bat poop.
For that was Maggie being consumed about the boating accident, and if it's not too far back from there on.
I think it's different. Okay, good. I'm glad you guys don't hear it. I think it's different when you're pro se, because there was that other guy recently that went pro se, and he didn't want to go to court one day, and the judge was like, you have to be here, but I can put you in the other courtroom. And he was like, no, I want to go back to my cell and lay down. I don't feel good. And the judge was like, no, you can't do that. You have to be here. You're the attorney for your case. So I think it's different if you're pro se. You have to be there if you're your own attorney.
Up to where we are now. And if you need a break, you can take one for you to locate it.
Question. I'm looking for the question.
Right.
You're not critical about Alex wanting to clear Paul's name.
You need to be loud enough for me to hear you at least. Go ahead.
Sorry. Okay, listen. Okay. You're not critical about Alex wanting to clear Paul's name. After he was murdered, are you? I am not critical about that at all. I think that was his way of honoring Paul after he was gone. I just thought his priority should have been focusing on finding out who killed Maggie and Paul. And how do you know that wasn't a priority? We never talked about it. We never talked about finding the person who could have done it. It was just odd. And we were sort of living in fear because we thought this horrible person was out there and we were mostly afraid for Alex and Buster. We didn't know the motive behind the killings. We thought it was probably had something to do with the boat case, right? And we thought that up until September. All right. And then things started to change a little bit. Were you aware that Alex started carrying a gun?
All right, Mr. Waters.
Your Honor, again, these were in direct responses to his question as he was exploring her statement about his concern on the boat case. And in fact, the reference to September was actually in response to a follow-up question that the defense continued down that line of questioning. That answer has now come out, and I think that that the witness again is entitled and is fair game at this point. Before
That's fine. So what changed in September?
what she meant by that, yes, sir. What she meant by that.
And what changed in September?
Do you want me to talk to them?
Yes, ma'am.
So we received a phone call from a friend of ours who said he was so sorry to hear about my brother-in-law. And the call came in to my husband, Bart, and Bart said, "What are you talking about? We don't know anything." And he said, "Well, your brother-in-law's been shot." And we literally stopped the car, pulled over on the side of the road, and it was just the worst feeling in the world because I thought whoever had killed Maggie and Paul had now shot Alec, and I was
Yeah, that's what he
horrified.
wanted you to think. That's what he wanted you to
So
think. That's why he set
we
it
made a
up.
phone call to Buster, and Buster said his dad had been shot, but that he was okay. He was on his way or in the hospital at that time. I can't remember. And then at some point, and I'm not sure, I think I was in shock. At some point, we spoke with Jim Griffin that day. And he told us that, yes, Alec had been shot, that he had been fired from the law firm because he had been caught stealing money.
What does that have to do with him being shot?
All right, thank you.
He didn't
Yes,
shoot
sir.
himself.
Again, that's her explanation, and I believe that's fair game in this particular instance to this particular witness's testimony that had come out on cross-examination. And I probably would have one follow-up. Additionally, I should mention as well, I think there's two other matters that probably we should explore while the jury's out, in fairness to the other side and in court, that I wanted to inquire that were in reference to cross-examination. Those are different issues. I was
going into them. Tell me what they are. So.
Sure. There were obviously extensive cross-examination about the family relationship, and there's been extensive evidence offered by the defense on cross about the family relationship. And there were two questions I was going to ask her about fidelity concerns, and also the Maggie and the family wrestling with opioid abuse and pill usage by the defendant. Been issues that Maggie had wrestled with and had expressed to her.
All right, Mr. Griffin.
Well, as to the, I don't know if you want me to address the roadside shooting, but that's certainly, I mean, that opens a Pandora's box of 404B. They want to introduce the roadside shooting as motive. How can you have motive after the fact? And so it's not admissible. It should not be admissible under 403. But just what she says is not that harmful, but they're not going to stop there, Your Honor. And I did not open the door. I said,
You're probing her about Alex's fear. Doesn't Alex, were you aware that he started carrying a gun? Well, he always carries a gun in his car. No, but then he started carrying it in his pocket. So you're having her, cross-examining her to suggest that Alex was living in fear, as evidenced by the fact that he continued or started carrying a gun, not in his vehicle, but on his person. And she, in her response, says, well, yeah, I never, didn't appear to me that he was living in fear. I didn't know anything about that and responding to you until in September when this occurred for whatever reason. Now, with the truth of what occurred,
I know I would drool
she's
and
not
snort.
testifying as an investigator. She said she heard he'd been shot. And that gave her changed her reason for
I know I
concern
would. That's how I sleep.
in
all
some
the
way,
time.
whatever that might be, I don't know. Did you still have a reason for concern? Are you about Alex's safety, or was it changed? Was it altered?
That day, and for some time after that, we were very concerned for the family. We felt like someone was after them, but then we started finding out about other things that had been going on in Alex's life. And
And this is in part based on your conversation with Mr. Griffin.
this is everything that has come out since then.
Did you say that you had a conversation with Mr. Griffin?
That day that we found out that Alec had been shot, we did have a conversation with Mr. Griffin, and he's
Mr.
the
Griffin
one.
told you that he'd been fired and that he'd been caught stealing money.
Correct.
Well,
Absolutely.
what kind of quandary does that put you in? You're going to be a witness as well?
Well, that's a hearsay statement, Your Honor. Without a doubt, it's classic hearsay.
It's the basis for her fear or not having fear, which is something you, or fear or believing that Alex was in fear. That's something that you're probing. Aside from that issue, how about the family relationship issue, fidelity, opioid abuse, concerns?
Your Honor, with regard to fidelity, I mean, we can hear what she says about it, but the evidence, as I understand it, is 10 or 15 years ago. I don't know how long ago, but it was more than 10 years ago. There was some issue about someone that Alec had known in college reaching out to him. Maggie got angry about that. They had a
Reaching out 10, 15 years ago or recently?
Yes. Yes. And that Maggie got angry about it. Contacted the woman's husband, who says, it's not true. I know who she's seeing because I have a private eye on her. That led to a divorce.
You're now referring to a 15-year-old conversation.
Yes. And then the opioid stuff, Your Honor, is, I'm not sure what information she's going to share about that, frankly.
Well, you had one earlier witness read a letter about him being in rehab.
That they introduced, yes, sir.
That you published.
It's already in evidence, Your Honor.
All
No
right.
objection.
Go ahead, Mr. Waters.
So on both of those issues, first of all, with the first.
You can step down for a break. Don't discuss your case. You're fine? Okay, good. All right.
With the issue of the first matter, I think it's certainly a fair question to say,
I don't blame her.
did Maggie ever express to you any concerns? Were there ever any concerns and issues with the defendant's fidelity? I think that's clearly in response to the extensive evidence been offered by the defense.
You said, has she ever, such as 15 years ago?
Well, I think that my follow-up question would be, was that something that remained in Maggie's mind over the years up until?
And she would know that.
I think that if I asked her that question, she could
Yeah,
express
she
an answer
would.
to that. Yes, sir.
No. What is the answer to that?
It was an affair that happened, or Maggie thought it was an affair that happened many years ago. They were able to resolve the issues, but Maggie still brought it up.
As recently as when?
A year ago. She did not think anything was going on. It still bothered her.
All right.
Follow up.
Yes.
During when that event occurred, did she make Alec leave the household for a period of time?
She did.
Frame when this happened. I mean,
I understand. 15 years ago or?
How long ago was that?
It was a very long time ago. I'm not sure. A very long time ago.
I think, again, I'm not trying to make it bigger than it is, but I think given the issues that have been squarely in front of the jury, the state's entitled, at least in a limited fashion, to offer this some testimony in this regard that that everything was not perfect, as the defense has repeatedly elicited. And so on that particular issue, I only proposed a limited question that had Maggie ever had any concerns about fidelity, and had those concerns continued to bother her. And that would be the extent of my proposed examination of her on that issue.
All right. Anything else?
2007 is our understanding. 2007, 15 years ago.
Well, yeah, 2007 was 15 years ago. Yeah.
And that's when it occurred.
Well, that's been established. Give me something new.
Well,
other than repeating 15 years ago.
It's not admissible under 403. Unfair prejudice outweighs the probative value of this. Whether it still bothered her, I mean, she testified that they weren't without their problems like all married couples, but they had a good marriage. I mean, it's been addressed, and it's highly inflammatory.
That's why your questions have to not lead into things that might be inflammatory. We're going to be in recess for about 15 minutes. Please.
Also Bob Motto, who's been. So.
Points that were made, and for me, the biggest point that's been made.
So we called Jim Griffin.
Exactly. If someone were to cheat on you, how would you ever be able to trust them again? Like, they did it once, you know?
The jury is present.
The objection's overruled. You may continue.
May I please call Your Honor?
Yeah, he's letting it in.
Ms. Proctor, when we left on the break, I was asking you what happened in September that caused you to change your assessment. Can you describe that to the jury, please?
On September 4th, we were headed to a football game, and my husband Bart received a phone call from a friend saying he was so sorry to hear about what had happened to my brother-in-law. And we had no idea what he was talking about. And he said, well, we've heard, he told us he had been shot. So we pulled over on the side of the road. We were all in hysterics. We called Buster, and Buster said yes, that his dad had been shot, that he was being airlifted to the hospital, that they thought hoped he was going to be okay. So we wanted more information, so we called Jim Griffin, and he told us that Alec had been shot in the head and that he had been fired from his law firm for stealing.
What was your concern when you heard that he had been shot?
Initially, I thought he might be dead. I had just lost 2 of the family members, and I felt like they were being targeted at that point. I felt like the family was being targeted.
Subsequent to that, did your concern that the family was being targeted, did that change as well?
Over the course of a few weeks, we were still on high alert, worried for Buster. But at that point, information started coming out about some things that Alec had done financially that we had no idea about.
And that changed your assessment about what you heard about him being shot as well. Is that correct? Can you answer out loud?
The shooting that was an event in itself. The roadside shooting.
What do you mean? What does that mean?
You just stated that the shooting itself, the roadside shooting, was an event in itself. Did other information come to your attention that changed your assessment about the roadside shooting at a later time?
Yes.
And changed that initial concern that Alec was somehow being targeted?
Yes.
Did Maggie have a nickname for Paul?
Little, what is detective?
Little detective?
Mm-hmm.
And what did that mean?
She felt like that
Oh, I forgot about
he
that.
was always looking to make sure his dad was behaving.
And what specifically was the concern?
Pills, prescription pain pills.
And had Maggie expressed to you concern over time about the defendant's pill usage?
Yes.
How long had that been going on?
I am not sure, but I think it had been going on for some time.
And did that concern continue up until recent times as we moved to their Maggie and Paul's murder?
Yes.
And what did specifically little detective mean as it related to the pills?
If there were pills in the house that his dad was taking that he wasn't supposed to, Paul was determined that he would find them.
And did that happen on occasions?
I think so, yes.
Hold on for me 1 second. What specifically changed your perception of the roadside shooting after your initial concern?
The story that was initially told about what happened came to not be true.
The story told by who?
Alec.
By Alec? Yes?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Nothing further.
Anything further? Thank you. You may step down. You call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Bart Proctor.
Really? He's just gonna say the same stuff she did.
Raise your right hand, put down the Bible. Do you swear or affirm that any testimony you give today be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth so help you God?
I do.
All right, you would please, sir, sit in that chair over there, take your full name for the record, spell your last name, and then speak into the mic.
My name is Barton Proctor, Proctor.
Proctor, good afternoon. Very quickly, tell the jury, are you Marion Proctor's husband?
For 37 years.
37 years. Wow. Obviously, over the years, being part of this family, have you gotten to know Maggie and gotten to know Paul and gotten to know the defendant, Alex Murdaugh?
I have.
I don't want to belabor the points, but in the aftermath of Maggie and Paul's murder, were you also privy to some of the conversations that Alec had that your wife related to this jury today?
Yes.
And ultimately heard the same thing in those conversations that she related here today?
Yes.
Have you had an opportunity to review what's been entered into evidence as states 297, the kennel video?
I've heard it.
May I have the computer input, please?
It was on there.
For the record, I'm going to play states 297.
Quick catch. Quick. Catch. Hey, he got birds in his mouth. Oh, wow. Hey, Mama. It's a kitty. It's a chicken. Catch. Quick.
Do you recognize any voices on that video?
I recognize 3.
Can you tell the jury what voices you recognize?
I recognize Paul Murdaugh. I recognize Maggie Murdaugh, and I recognize Alex Murdaugh.
And when you say Alex Murdaugh, you see him in the courtroom here today?
I do.
Can you point him out for the jury, please?
Yes,
Or
sir.
describe him?
He's wearing a blue blazer and has his glasses on his head.
And how sure are you?
100%.
Thank you. Please answer any questions the defense may have.
Hey, Mr. Proctor.
Thank you.
Were you ever shown a blue raincoat by any SLED agent?
Yes, sir.
And was that blue raincoat shown to you and your wife Marion, who just was here in the courtroom?
Yes, sir. It's a picture.
A picture of the blue raincoat. And did you recognize the blue raincoat?
No, sir.
Had you ever seen it before?
No, sir.
Did you ever see Paul wear it? The blue raincoat?
I'd never recognized it before.
Okay, all right. That's all the questions I have, Your Honor.
Anything further?
Say, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, that was so nice that they didn't ask him the same questions over again that they asked his wife.
You have another witness today?
Your Honor, as you're aware, there was a circumstance beyond any party's control. No, because of a circumstance beyond the party's control.
Very good. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, there are no more witnesses available today. And this is Valentine's Day. So we will recess at this time and resume at 9:30 tomorrow morning. Have a good evening.
Why is there so much more left? Oh, that's why. Day 16. I'm having a hot flash. It sucks getting old, y'all.
Point that out as an example as to how expansive that can be.
Good morning. Ready? Who's first?
I'm happy to go first. So obviously,
Your Honor, since we filed a memo and we have not added to it, I'd be more than happy for the Attorney General to go first.
Yes, sir.
Well, stand up and interrupt him while he's saying he's going to go first, dude. Just say you'll let him go first.
Your Honor, and I sent a memo early this morning. Hopefully, you've had a chance to see that. A lot of it reiterates what we had previously filed in our prior motions. And again, as it relates to this particular evidence, as I argued yesterday, consciousness of guilt is a very recognized class of evidence as admissible evidence of motive and identity in South Carolina courts. Obviously, that we've cited a number of cases in more classic senses of consciousness of guilt evidence, such as witness intimidation, flight. But any sort of evasive action, any sort of action to evade detection or throw off the scent has been admissible in our courts. Your Honor, I see the clerk from Barnwell here, and I had a murder case in front of her not too long ago, or it's been a while. But in any event, in that particular case, the defendant had actually found in his car was a voodoo root that said, had on there, protect me from murder charges, save me, judge, early, protect me from murder charges.
Oh, my God.
And ultimately, that was admitted and in an unpublished opinion affirmed as evidence of consciousness of guilt and evasive conduct because of what it meant to the defendant. And so I just point that out as an example as to how expansive that can be. When we look at this case, and again, one thing about this case, Your Honor, is it's
That's funny.
intricate and complex on a scale that I think none of us have ever seen. And so we have to look at it within that vein and in that context. And what we have here, Your Honor, and why this is relevant evidence of consciousness of guilt, it really doesn't matter what exactly happened on the side of the road, because that's not the focus of what the state is seeking to do. What the state is seeking to do, and what we believe is relevant and admissible under these rules, is to show what the defendant said about it and the fact that that was not true. And what he said about it, of course, was that he was on the side of the road, he had a flat tire, and with a car that has run flats, that he was changing the tire, and that a nice-looking, nice man stopped, offering help, and then all of a sudden, he was shot in the back of the head. And obviously, the initial reaction we've heard from Ms. Proctor, we've heard and can hear from other witnesses, and the initial reaction was that, oh my gosh, the real killers are back, the bad guys are back, they've now targeted Alec. And the other thing that's crucial about this that connects it all together is not only does he make that claim, that statement about being targeted by an unknown assailant, as things were heating up on him in this investigation, that then causes people to immediately assume that he's been targeted and it has nothing, in no way could he be responsible for Moselle. But we also have to look at the symmetry of this particular event with what happened on June the 7th. And on June the 7th, as we know, and Your Honor's heard extensive testimony, both in camera and in this trial, he is confronted about the fares fees that morning. There's all kinds of circumstances that have been put into evidence that are moving as to a perfect storm arriving on that day. And of course, what happens that night? Maggie and Paul are murdered, community rallies, everything changes. We have the same thing happening on September 3rd and September 4th, because finally, despite his best efforts, the law firm has become privy and wise to what's been going on with his years of embezzlement and theft. They confront him. But more importantly, if we go back to those fares fees, which are very crucial and temporally connected to everything that happened on June 7th, is the fact that you've heard testimony from Chris Wilson that he is calling Mr. Murdaugh trying to get to meet with him because he wants to know what's up. He particularly wants to know what about the $192,000 of those Ferris fees that he covered for Mr. Murdaugh. And they have that confrontation on the porch of Alameda that afternoon or early, right before noon, as was testified to. And what happens? Yet again, within a couple of hours, the side of the road happens, and everyone is rushing to Alex Murdaugh's aid again. The fact that he had just been exposed for embezzlement is quickly forgotten about. And of course, everybody's assuming, oh my gosh, it must be the real bad guys, when in fact, it was him all along. And so that is extremely relevant evidence. And it's also been, just to add into the calculus, Your Honor, is we do have the concept of what's been opened the door, what issues have been joined by the defense and put up here. And of course, that's how this issue all arose yesterday with the testimony of Miss Marianne Proctor. So we think it's very admissible as clear consciousness of guilt evidence. It's admissible under 404. I've also argued, without getting in great detail, when we talk about that symmetry, we talk about common scheme or plan. And again, this isn't the kind of common scheme or plan that is typical, but we have to look at this case through a lens that recognizes just the intricacies and the complexity of a set of circumstances like we've never seen. And so all those legal theories, Your Honor, we would assert justify admission of this evidence. I will also say that this express this to the defense, that it's the state's intent to really quickly move from point A to point B. We are not here to try to litigate what happened on the side of the road in its entirety. I believe that the testimony about this could be done in just over an hour, and that includes playing the recorded statement. There's a number of recorded statements, not trying to play all of those. It would just be simply having the agent come in, relate the story that Alex Murdaugh told to 911 and told to law enforcement, that initial story about the unknown assailant, the fact that the investigation continued and additional information came to light that conflicted with that, and that he was eventually confronted with that. And then there's a recorded statement at the end in which he admits that, in fact, what he had told law enforcement was a lie. And so I'm trying it would be a very focused presentation to just get from point A to point B for purposes of this trial and the relevance that it has to this trial. So for those reasons, Your Honor, we would assert that limited presentation is admissible for those purposes.
Court, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
The state, and we agree the state versus Cartwright would be applicable to this situation. And it has 4 criteria about a suicide. They seem to think that the unmistakable nexus exists by clear and convincing evidence linking the suicide attempt to a guilty conscience about the murder. The facts are that he was confronted by the law firm on Friday, fired on Friday, and then persuade, I don't know, much persuasion was needed, Eddie Smith to shoot him in the head, thinking that it would get his son, Buster Murdaugh, $12 million in insurance money that would otherwise be excluded by the suicide exemption in his insurance policy. So all this is linked to is the financial crimes, not the murder. We're here trying to murder. And yet all the evidence, not all, but a significant amount of the evidence we've heard over the last 3.5 weeks has been about the financial crimes. This is guilty knowledge of the financial crimes, not the murder. And this under 404, 403 analysis under Cartwright would not be admissible. I'd further say this, if he's looking for a common scheme, that is that when he's about to be found out or he's being found out, he would have killed Buster based on his theory to distract. This isn't a distraction, this is an end. And clearly, you haven't heard the taped interview that he initiated from Detox in Atlanta, in which he explained he was killing himself to get this money for Buster because his financial crimes had been found out. This is 3 months after the murder. This is in September. It's not connected by time. It's not temporal under the 404, 403 analysis, and certainly it's not evidence of guilty knowledge about, I mean, his own statement would indicate it has nothing to do with the murder. It's only about the financial crimes. And he contacted Sweat, and on that recording, myself, Mr. Griffin, and Mr. Murdaugh from detox. He finally had detoxed and wasn't on drugs anymore. And he has a great detailed statement about Eddie Smith buying the drugs for him over a number of years, millions of dollars worth, and how Eddie didn't hesitate to shoot him in the head on the side of the road. I don't know how that is relevant. Now, maybe the drug piece is, but they've got statements from Eddie Smith about what drugs he bought and what he did with those. So we would oppose going forward on any roadside shooting evidence. We think the prejudicial far outweighs the probative, and we'd ask Your Honor to not allow them to do that.
Your Honor, very quickly, I do want to distinguish again between what Mr. Harpootlian keeps wanting to argue about, and that's the prospect of there being some sort of suicide on the side of the road. Again, the state's real focus is not exactly on what happened on the side of the road. What's important, and this is, I think, different from a typical court rape such situation, is what the defendant said about it. And the fact that he immediately tells this lie about him being targeted by an unknown assailant. And that is what directly connects it back to Moselle. And that's immediately what everybody assumed. The first thing that jumped in their mind is that connection back to Moselle. That connection and the next is unmistakable. So it's not as much about a traditional type of Cartwright analysis. That's not what I'm arguing here. What I'm arguing here is his explanation for what happened and the fact that that ultimately was not true. And that nexus, I believe, is very clear. I think the other one would be clear too, but that former nexus is the stronger one, and that is the focus of what the state is trying to offer here today.
Your Honor, briefly, this is character evidence, which is precluded under, I mean, the only exception to 404, 403 Your Honor's allowed in is motive. Why did he do it? And I mean, it's just incredible because if you put this up, you're going to hear from one of the SLED agents when he woke up in the hospital and his skull had been fractured, he had a brain bleed. This is when he concocted that story. I mean, he expected never to wake up. So, you know, this was a scheme to draw. No, if there was a scheme, it was created after Eddie Smith meant to shoot him. Actually, if he'd been a millimeter to the left, his brains would have been blown out. He just missed, but knocked him out, fractured his skull. That's all I have.
Those are not the facts. He's telling that story at the scene to people who show up. He said out of the gate, that's what he's saying, that he was attacked by an unknown assailant. There's an ambulance video where the deputy comes in, and that's exactly the story he tells. This is not.
I would concede he's correct. Once he realizes he's still alive, he tells that story. But obviously, he didn't intend to be still alive. In other words, it's not a scheme that was concocted at any point. The scheme, if the scheme was concocted after he realized he wasn't dead.
Well, the financial evidence was allowed on the issue of motive. This evidence, I find, goes beyond motive, or is not evidence of motive, but more
Creighton just caught food
toward
alive.
common scheme or plan. It does not survive the logical relevancy test, and it goes more towards showing a propensity to commit violent acts, which would cause it not to survive the 403 analysis. I believe that to allow this evidence is a bridge too far, going down this
Hey, Michael.
path of allowing essentially any and all evidence in. We have guardrails. The court is to place guardrails to keep things within a reasonable realm. And I believe this, as I stated, will be a bridge too far. It does not meet the logical relevancy test. I agree with the defense that it would be admissible perhaps if the trial was a trial on the financial theft issues, but not on the murder. So I grant the motion to exclude this evidence at this time. Of course, as we have seen, things
What?
change.
What evidence? The
Who knows?
Sure, Your
shooting on the side of the road evidence?
All right. Can you tell the jurors 10 or 10:30?
I think we said 10:30, Your Honor.
10:30. Right.
I said 10, Mr. Waters said 10:30. So if there's any acrimony here, please focus it where it belongs.
Well, I routinely underestimate the time, so the one time I overestimated.
Well, we tested the jurors this morning, and happy to say that they all tested negative, so we're in good shape with the jury. All right. Any other matters we need to discuss during this light time?
Yes, I just think Mr. Waters and I were talking extensively about when he's going to rest his case. We think that should be, or he thinks that should be, he thinks tomorrow morning. I'm projecting maybe tomorrow afternoon, but on Friday, we expect to start our case. And to that end, if something were to happen between now and Friday morning, we are flying in experts, and don't need to tell Your Honor how expensive that process is. So even if they don't finish, we may ask the court to allow our witness. It's a footwear expert. It's not anything of explosive. But if he's here and they can't finish by Friday afternoon, we ask the court at that time to allow him to testify out of order, simply to save thousands of dollars of him have to come back the following Tuesday. I haven't asked Mr. Waters about that, but I want to put it on.
I mean, I'm certainly going to be within reason accommodating to the defense and things like that.
Great. I just thought I ought to mention it so it doesn't look like a surprise to the court. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Anything else then?
Stand by, Your Honor. Excuse me, please.
Well, crud. Shots fired at Alan Jackson. I hope that's not literal shots.
Yeah, but then Your Honor.
Peter.
All right. We'll take
Better
a
description
recess
in your
then
video.
for about 15, 20, or 30 minutes, or 37 minutes. The jury is here, so if you all are ready to go, we can start before 10:30.
I mean, if they're all here, that's fine. If I can maybe just have about 10 minutes to reset and 10, 15 minutes, and then we can get started.
All right. We'll take about 15 minutes then.
All right.
Wasn't quite what it seemed.
I certainly hope so. Peter needs to be a little more careful with how he titles his videos. I was like, shots fired at Alan Jackson. What?
Deliberations. They're going to be like, we heard testimony.
But
about
that's what he says when something bad happens. He goes, "Ooh, shots fired." So yeah, that's Peter speak for something bad happened.
that has been excluded and is not to be considered. Otherwise, it has the ability to confuse the jury, and they're going to be feeling like, did we not get the full?
I'm gonna have to go watch that.
Jury is present, sir.
Very good. Thank you. Good morning. All right, day number 18, state's case.
Are you kidding me?
Call your next witness.
Please, the court. State of South
Yes, the
Carolina,
woman
we
her
call
phone's
Special
back.
Agent David Owen to the stand.
Thank you. Thank you. Raise your hand. Do you swear or affirm that any testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
You state you see you got some here. Take your full name for the record, spell your last name, and move that mic or chair to where they can hear you best. Okay, Mr. John. Hold on a second. Hold on. Thank you. No problem.
My name is David Owen, O-W-E-N.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Would you please tell the ladies and gentlemen about Special Agent David Owen?
Yes, sir.
Your background,
Yes, sir.
where you're from, and your education and training that led you into law enforcement. Please.
I was born and raised in Orangeburg, South Carolina. Graduated from Orangeburg High School, graduated from Limestone College with a bachelor's in criminal justice. Began my law enforcement career in Orangeburg in 1996. Moved to Charleston in 1999, where I have been since, and began my career with SLED South Carolina Law Enforcement Division in 2015.
What have you worked different areas at SLED?
No, sir. My entire time in SLED has been with the Low Country region, which encompasses 12 counties. We do general investigations, assisting the 12 counties with whatever they request. Anything from public corruption, officer-involved incidents, violent crimes, property crimes.
And when you say assist local counties, I know what that means, but what does it mean in your world?
SLED is an assisting agency. I like to explain it as if you call 911 for an emergency, you're going to receive local assistance from the police department or the sheriff's office. SLED's not necessarily going to show up unless requested from the local police chief or the sheriff.
And is that done regularly? Has it been done regularly in your career where you've been called upon to assist local agencies?
Yes, it is.
And just as an aside, as we've got to know each other recently, you got some relatives in Anderson that I knew in high school, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
Small world.
Small world.
Let's go straight to June 7th, Special Agent. Were you on call June 7th of 2021?
Yes, sir, I was.
And how did you get specifically, how'd you get the call?
I received the call approximately 10:30 that night. I was in bed trying to go to sleep, and the phone rang, and I was told that I needed to respond to 4147 Moselle Road in Arlington, Colleton County. That there had been the discovery of 2 deceased persons at that location.
And how long did it take you to get to 4147 Moselle?
I arrived on scene approximately midnight.
I'm sure it's been said, but it's 4147 Moselle in Colleton County.
Yes, sir, it is.
Now, when you arrived, tell these ladies and gentlemen what you observed.
When I arrived, there were multiple law enforcement and rescue personnel on scene. Of course, I had to find a place to park out of the roadway. Made my way up to the scene. My normal course of business, or the procedure, being that we're a requesting agency, I locate the agency that requested us, this being Colleton County, and speak with the supervisors or detectives on scene and say, hey, what's going on? What have you learned so far? What do you need from us? At that time, one of my supervisors, my captain, Ryan Neal, was on scene, and he was already talking with Colleton. So I was briefed on the situation, what was discovered and what had been done so far.
And did you have a liaison, somebody that you requested or told to work with on the scene that night?
Yes, sir. Originally, as I stated, we were called in to assist. So I was paired up with Detective Laura Rutland with the Colleton County Sheriff's Office, and I was to assist her in any fashion that she needed.
And again, was that unusual for a local agency to call you in to help with the crime scene?
No, sir. It happens very frequently.
When you got with Ms. Rutland, tell the folks when you were first at the scene, did you make observations in your mind of the scene itself?
Yes, sir. I observed the scene, kind of figure out what's going on. Started walking the outside of the scene, trying to understand the lay of the land, figuring out if anybody had been interviewed already, what methods or avenues were being taken to try to figure out what's going on, secure the area, and whatnot.
And did you see the bodies and were all of Paul and Maggie?
Yes, sir. I was standing outside the crime scene tape, and what I know now to be Paul Murdaugh and Maggie Murdaugh, I knew that there was a white male and a white female, but they were covered up with a sheet. I was not able to see them, but I saw where they were.
Did you make any other observations of the actual crime scene there itself then?
Other than the placards or evidence placards that Cullinan County had put out to protect evidence upon their initial arrival, I didn't go into the scene. Our crime scene unit had not arrived yet. I have a history, I have a background in crime scene, so I knew not to go in and disturb anything until it was documented properly. I was aware that Cullinan County had already documented or located and marked some evidence for protection purposes. So I just walked around the crime scene tape. I knew that kennels, there were dog kennels on the left. There was a big shed on the right with a large field behind it with another shed. And there were several people and several cars back behind, what I call back behind the crime scene from where I was standing.
And at this point, had you seen the defendant, Alex Murdaugh?
I was told that he was with the group of people behind, which was told to me to be some family members and some of his law partners.
And I guess you became, at this point, were you the chief investigating officer?
I don't recall how long, within maybe 30 minutes or so, my supervisors pulled me aside and said, hey, we're actually going to be the lead on this. So my Detective Rutland and my roles kind of reversed, and I became the lead investigator, and she was my assistant.
But y'all still working together?
We were still working together, yes.
Had you ever worked with her before?
No, sir. I knew her, but I had never worked with her before.
Did you think it was important to talk to Alex Murdaugh?
I did.
And can you tell the jury specifically how that came about?
Well, I was told that he arrived on scene and discovered his wife and son, and that he had made the 911 call. Being that it was his wife and son, and he found the bodies and made the 911 call, it was paramount that I talked to him. What was his observations, what's going on in his life, what's going on in Maggie and Paul's life, to try to figure out what happened. I still didn't know if it was, let me back up just a minute. Going into a death scene investigation, homicide investigators are taught to treat every scene as a homicide until determined otherwise. And that encompasses suicide, natural, accidental, or homicide or unexplained. So automatically I was treating it as a homicide, and I didn't know if it was or not. So it was paramount that I speak with Alex Murdaugh to try to determine what he saw, what he experienced, what's going on in their lives, to kind of help guide my investigation as it progressed.
And had the weather started to change about that time?
It had been changing and continued to change. It was raining intermittently as I was coming into Walterboro from Charleston. It would stop raining, it would mist rain, it would heavy rain. So the weather was also a concern that night, especially being an outside scene.
And that leads into my next question. Where did you request and where did you take the first statement from Alex Murdaugh?
When I met Alex Murdaugh, there was really nowhere else to interview him except the privacy of my patrol car, which was a Dodge Durango.
We all seen the video, and I'm not going to play it again. The jury will have that. But can you tell us where is your car?
Yes, sir.
So we've seen the video. Where was the camera?
It was a body camera. It's not a fixed in-car camera like in most active patrol cars. But I clipped it to my visor right above me and just angled it towards Mr. Murdaugh.
Is that your practice to video when you're potential suspects, or did you video?
I video any witness or audio record any witness that I am able to do.
So you're in your driver's seat?
Yes, sir.
Where was the defendant, Mr. Murdaugh?
Mr. Murdaugh was sitting to my right in the front passenger seat.
And behind him?
Behind him was Detective Rutland.
Okay, and to her left, if you will.
To her left and behind me was Danny Henderson. At that time, I knew he was an attorney, but I didn't realize his involvement other than an attorney. Later on, I found out that he was a partner and Alex Murdaugh's personal attorney.
And how did he get in the car?
Who got in the car?
I say, how did
Mr. Murdaugh?
No, Danny get in the car?
I mean, it's common if there's an attorney present that wants to be involved in the interview or sit on the interview. I allow him to sit on the interview. It's not an issue for me.
You said it was fine?
It was fine.
Okay. And I want to ask specifically about your observations of the defendant as far as his mind. Did he appear to be under the influence of anything, any intoxicant or anything else when you were talking to him?
I did not notice any intoxicants, whether it be drugs or alcohol. He didn't smell of alcohol. His eyes weren't, any dilated. They weren't bloodshot. He seemed of full body and mind, other than being distraught that he had discovered his wife and son dead.
Did you have trouble understanding his words?
No, sir, I did not.
Did he appear to have trouble understanding your words?
No, sir, he did not.
Were his answers to your questions subject matter appropriate?
Yes, they were.
And were they timely?
Yes.
And again, without going to the details, did he tell you roughly what happened earlier in the evening, how long he'd been at the house, when he left, and when he came back?
Yes, sir. We went over his evening.
And after this statement, well, before that, when you were outside, before you got in the car, were you able to just look at him?
Yes, sir.
Did you shake his hand?
I did shake his hand.
Did you come up to him and y'all shook hands like that?
Yes, sir. I introduced myself.
What did he say when you introduced yourself?
How you doing? I don't remember exact words, but how you doing? I know you need to talk to me. That type language.
And could you see anything just from your naked eye? I know you didn't have a microscope, but could you see anything that appeared to be? How did his clothes look?
He had on a white T-shirt. I didn't notice anything out of the ordinary on his T-shirt. He had on green cargo khaki type shorts, and I think bright in color. I think later I learned they're orange or pink tennis shoes. I didn't notice anything out of the ordinary about his appearance.
After you took this statement, you and Ms. Rutland, did you want to take his clothes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you take his clothes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Tell the jury how that went about.
Well, it was coming close to the end of the interview, and I was going to discuss collecting his clothes from him. But he had received a call that his oldest son was arriving at the home. Knowing that he needed to go be with his son, I said, I'll catch up with you later. Go ahead. Shortly thereafter, maybe 10, 15 minutes, I went up to the house and told him I needed to get his clothes. I was allowed into the house. There were multiple people inside the house. When you walk in the house, there's a foyer. I walked into the foyer. Immediately to the left, there's some stairs going upstairs. To the right, I believe it was a dining room, and you walk into the living area or living room. Met Mr. Murdaugh again, told him I needed to collect his clothing. He went to what I now know is the master bedroom towards the left of the house, left of the living room, and he said, "Sure," and immediately began to disrobe his clothes and hand them to me.
All right. So, did you go to the bedroom?
Yes, sir. I stood in the doorway of the bedroom.
So, if that's his bedroom, you stood right here.
Yes, sir.
And could you see him changing?
Yes, I did.
And but did you give him a little privacy?
I did.
And so, did he give you the same clothes that he had on?
Yes, sir.
You sure about that?
He still had on the oranges, pink tennis shoes, green shorts, and white T-shirt.
And this is what's been entered as 419. Those are the tennis shoes that you saw the defendant Alex Murdaugh in and that
Yes, sir.
he
This-
took off and gave to you.
Under this light, it's more red, but, you know, I considered it orangish pink that night, but these are the shoes that I collected from him.
Do you remember the condition? I mean, how did they feel when you touched them?
I mean, they were a little damp. I mean, it was raining that night.
You said damp?
Damp, yes. It was raining that night, summertime, high humidity, so the ground there was a lot of condensation and water on the ground. And this is the bag that I would have put them in. My initials are not on them, but my handwriting says shoes 0140. So that would, it was 0140140, which would have been the time that I collected the shoes.
Is that 1:40 a.m.?
Yes, sir.
On June 8th of
Yes, sir.
2021?
Yes, sir.
Did you make any other observations? Did there appear to be any other stains to your naked eye on those shoes that you saw them at 1:40 a.m. on June 8th of 2021?
No, sir, I did not make any other observations.
If you leave your gloves on.
Yes, sir.
I'll show you what's been entered as 418 and tell me if you recognize this and does it relate to your testimony.
This is a bag that's sealed up, but I know that it's a T-shirt. It's got my writing on it with the time of 0141 or 1:41 a.m. Again, my initials and date are not on it, but I do recognize my signature or my writing. Yes, sir.
Now, did you package those clothes separately?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Why?
Again, with my experience in law enforcement, my experience in crime scene, anytime you collect a piece of evidence, you keep it separate so you don't cross-contaminate.
And that was the shirt?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what is also contained in 418 that's been entered? Can you tell me what that is?
These are the shorts, 0141 in my handwriting. Again, my initials and date are not on it, but I do recognize my handwriting.
Would you open those, please? Now, those the pants that you saw defendant Alex Murdaugh wearing on June 7th, June 8th?
Yes, sir.
Of 2021?
Yes, sir.
And those are the same pants that you took off of
Yes, sir.
Alex Murdaugh, is that correct?
You want gloves?
Now, describe when you saw these pants on June 7th, June 8th, early a.m. morning, Special Agent David Owen. How did they look to you?
Green shorts. I didn't notice any stains on them. Nothing was very apparent to the naked eye. They appeared just to be normal, clean shorts.
And we've got these cuttings in the front. I know this. Those weren't there, were they?
No, sir. They were complete shorts. Those cuttings were done during processing, evidence processing.
I'm going to go back. I just forgot. That first interview.
Yes, sir.
At some point, maybe toward the end, I can't remember. I think it's toward the end. You kind of reach over and just do like this to Alex Murdaugh. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I consoled him. He was upset.
And that's just, you did that because that's you?
That's just who I am.
And when you got to the house and after you had collected these clothes, did you do anything else at the house?
I didn't do anything at the house. Like I stated, there were other people in the house, law partners, family members, people moving about. I did look around to make general observations. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Nothing seemed torn up or out of place. It was the first time I'd ever been in there, but it didn't look like there was a fight or a scuffle or, going in, being observant. I didn't notice. I went in through the front door, was the only door I accessed the house from. I didn't notice any forced entry or, when the door was open for me, it was opened as a normal door should. Met Mr. Murdaugh and collected the clothing. I don't know if I spoke with Mr. Murdaugh or someone else inside the house. I think it was Mr. Murdaugh, excuse me. He'd indicated early on in in the initial interview that he had attempted to contact some of Paul's friends, and one of those friends was Nolan Tootin. And he had indicated that Nolan was at the house during that interview. So when I went to the house to collect the clothing, I asked if Nolan was present. He said, yes, he was, and pointed to him. I noticed that he was sitting on a couch in the living room. So I introduced myself to Nolan and conducted an interview with Nolan, again, in my vehicle for privacy.
So you had located Nolan Tootin in the residence and then conducted an interview with him in your car?
Yes, sir.
And how many people were in the house? We're into the early morning of June 8th of 2021, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, how many people were inside approximately?
I didn't go in every room. I didn't see every single person, but 8, 10 people from first glance.
And had someone at SLED, you mentioned there was crime tape. Did someone from SLED arrive at the crime scene where the two bodies were, and were they processing that?
Yes, sir, they were.
And did SLED and/or the locals have that secure?
Yes, sir. There were several investigators from Colleton County. 2 other investigators from my office, Agent Altman and Agent Wiggins were there. My Lieutenant Charles Gint arrived on scene, as well as my captain was already there when I arrived. So there were several officers, several investigators down in that scene.
And was that scene secured and guarded until all the potential evidence at that crime scene was collected, as far as you know?
As far as I know, yes, sir.
Now, there was also a vehicle down there. Did you determine where the defendants, if he personally had a vehicle that he'd been in that night?
Yes, sir. There was a dark in color Chevrolet Suburban down there.
What, if anything, was done with that vehicle that night?
Early the next morning on Tuesday, June 8th, once we completed the scene around the kennel area and sheds, that vehicle was secured and towed to the Colleton County Sheriff's Office so that it may be later processed.
So it was taken into law enforcement custody?
Yes, sir.
All right. There's been pictures and testimony about the phone that was on Paul.
Yes, sir. Once I left the house, our crime scene units, what they go into a scene and they look for evidence, document evidence, and collect evidence before anybody really goes in to manipulate the scene from there, or alter the scene. So once a majority of the evidence, or all the evidence, not all the evidence, a majority of the evidence on approach to the victims were documented and collected, we went in and started investigating the bodies. The coroner was, of course, with us. And once we took the sheet off of Paul, there was a cell phone that was placed on his rear end and on his right side.
And if you'll think back to your first interview, you'd already had your first interview.
Yes, sir.
How did the defendant tell you that phone had got on his backside?
Mr. Murdaugh stated that, he tried to check Paul for a pulse, and he, tried to turn him over, but thought better of it. And when he did, Paul's phone popped out of his pocket. Then Mr. Murdaugh had picked the phone up and stated that he thought of, not the exact words, but this is what he said was, he thought of doing something up with it, thought better of it, and put it back down.
Popped out of his pocket.
Yes, sir.
And what did you do with that phone?
Once it was photographed and documented that it was on Paul's rear end, I collected the phone. Our crime scene unit doesn't normally collect electronic devices. They don't process the electronic devices. It's normally the case agent or one of the agents on scene will collect that phone. So I collected the phone. When we collect electronic devices, we normally put them in airplane mode, disconnect any power sources, take out SIM cards. Once I collected Paul's phone, I attempted to put it in airplane mode, and of course you have to try to activate it. I noticed that it had a dead battery and would not power on at all. So I secured it as evidence in my vehicle.
You attempted to put it in airplane mode. Why?
So that any outside sources, if someone has your access to your phone, like your iCloud account or your Google account, if you have an Android phone, you could remote access and wipe the phone, or anybody could, or some of the newer phones you can use a location service, even though the phone is off, to find where that phone is. So we put it in airplane mode and pull the SIM card out. But like I said, with the battery being dead, I couldn't put it in airplane mode.
Did Paul's phone or was it a significant piece of evidence in this case?
Yes, it was.
How long did you stay there once you got there at the 4140 Moselle?
I believe I left about 8:30, 9 o'clock the next morning.
So you stayed all night?
Yes, sir.
And did the crime scene unit down where Paul and Maggie were stay all night?
Yes, sir.
So night becomes day, obviously.
Yes, sir.
Did you see anybody else at the scene that morning that you had an occasion to conduct an interview with?
Approximately 7 a.m. Y'all heard about CB Rowe, the farmhand, the employee of Mr. Murdaugh. He was the farmhand. He arrived on scene. We confronted him and said, "Hey, we need to speak with you." So earlier in the interview with Mr. Murdaugh, he said that CB had, or I call him CB, Mr. Rowe had not worked on Monday, that he had taken his father, and he had relayed a story about Mr. Rowe having a conversation with Paul, where he was hired by the FBI out of high school to be some killer operative. So of course that kind of piqued my interest, and I needed to figure out where he was on yesterday or even that night. So Mr. Rowe, when he showed up, immediately went into an interview with him, got his alibi, got his statement of his events on Monday, where he corroborated that he had to take his father to the hospital or to the doctor in Mount Pleasant on that Monday, and that he was not there on Moselle property.
And let me go back just a minute. At some point, the bodies of Maggie and Paul were taken away from the scene, right?
Yes, sir. The coroner took custody of the bodies, and
that's the law. The coroner comes in and
yes, sir,
takes custody, right?
Yes, sir.
But prior to leaving, were you able to observe from your own eyes around the bodies of Paul and Maggie?
Yes, sir.
And how would you describe those?
Very gruesome, very bloody.
Bloody?
Very bloody.
Around the bodies bloody?
Yes, sir. And also around Paul, it was more bloody because he was on concrete and a rock driveway. And it had been raining that night, so you had the water to the bodily fluids. It's going to make them run a little bit more or spread more. Maggie was on dirt, grass, so it's going to seep into the ground. So there wasn't as much blood around her as was under her.
Did you, and without going into what he said, I think he's testified, did you interview Rogan Gibson?
I did not interview Rogan
Is
Gibson.
he interviewed?
He was
that
interviewed.
morning?
He was interviewed on June 8th, yes.
Interviewed what?
He was interviewed on June 8th, yes.
So y'all are investigating,
Yes, sir.
working with the locals,
Yes, sir.
interviewing people.
Yes, sir.
Did you try to determine, or did you request anybody to check the videos in the area?
Yes, sir. Back up after interviewing Mr. Rowe, Dale Davis, who was the dog, took care of the dogs, also arrived and we interviewed him. Tried to get some information. Once we finished those interviews, our crime scene was done. We responded back to our low country office here in Walterboro. Collin County Sheriff's Office was there, 14th Circuit solicitors and their investigators were present, as well as most of our office and other agents that we called in, so we can relay to them what we had learned so far and what needed to be done. So we started assigning tasks to other agents in Collin County Sheriff's Office to go back out and start canvassing the neighborhood. Normally you would canvass the neighborhood when you're out there at night, and some agents were, but 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, most people are sleeping.
For stopping by. See you later.
It's out also the country. It's dark. You don't really get the lay of the land. So you go back the next day when it's daylight. So we sent Collin County out, and they went from one end of Moselle Road to the other, attempting to locate video surveillance, talk to neighbors, see if they heard anything, saw anything, having any problems with burglaries, robberies in the area, anything to develop a lead that we could track down.
You were searching for any potential killers.
Yes, sir.
Did the search of the videos in the surrounding areas produce anything?
No, sir. Not many homes are close to the road out there, and the ones that did, not all of them had video or video surveillance. The ones that did, that we saw, were at night, and you couldn't see. You can tell the cars passing, but you couldn't tell the make, model. You couldn't see the tag number, so it was really useless.
But y'all tried.
We tried, yes, sir.
And I think you said after Dale David, and he testified yesterday. When you talked to Rogan Gibson, is that when you first learned about a conversation when he may have heard some voices?
Yes, sir.
I mean, that morning you heard that from him.
But Agent Croft and Agent McAllister interviewed Rogan Gibson. I believe it was sometime mid-morning or lunchtime. Me being the lead agent, everything that they learned, they report back. So I learned later on that afternoon that they had interviewed Mr. Gibson, and that Rogan had relayed a conversation that he had had with Paul on the phone about an injured dog, and that Rogan had requested a video. And that during the phone call, what Rogan had heard in the background.
Paul, Maggie, and 99% sure, Alex? And some point on June 8th of 2021 was the big house, or the main house, if you will, searched by law enforcement.
Yes, sir. Agent Croft and Agent McAllister, upon their completion with Rogan Gibson, they went back to the house, spoke with those that were present. I believe they spoke with Attorney Lee Cope, which is a law partner of Alex Murdaugh's, as well as Alex's brother, John Marvin. They told them while they were there, they wanted to search the house for evidence, and they were given consent, and that search commenced.
Did we get Alex's phone that night?
No, sir.
Now, June 8th becomes June 9th. You're investigating, correct?
Yes, sir.
Working with the locals?
Yes, sir.
Everybody's getting leads to follow?
Yes, sir.
Did you have an occasion to speak with Alex Murdaugh again?
Yes, sir. On June 9th, I contacted John Marvin Murdaugh, Alex's brother, and stated that we needed to sit down and have a more proper interview.
What do you mean by that, more proper?
Right after a tragic event, you want to get as much information as possible. But you can imagine that speaking with somebody who's experienced a tragic event, they're not going to remember everything. Later on, once they have time, kind of memory reset, they're going to have more details. They're going to be thinking a little bit more clear. So we scheduled an additional interview, which took place on June 10th with Alex Murdaugh and his brothers, to see what they may have known, what they may have experienced in their lives that may have led to this. I mean, you know, at that time, you don't have any information. You've got to go out and talk to everybody, or as many people as you can.
And when you talked, and we've seen it, again, I'm not going to play it again, the jury's got it, but that second interview, who was there?
With me was Alex Murdaugh again in the front seat. Agent Jeff Croft was sitting behind Alex, and Alex's attorney, Jim Griffin, who was at the defense table, was also in the vehicle too.
And I think this was a voluntary statement by the defendant, right?
Yes, sir, it was.
No question that it was voluntary. He wanted to give it, and you wanted to ask him questions.
Yes, sir.
And I have to, because it just comes out. Could you understand him?
Yes, sir.
Did he appear to be under the influence of any alcohol, drugs, or other intoxicant?
No, he did not.
Did he have trouble understanding David Owen when he was asking him questions in your mind?
In my mind, he wasn't. Again, if I wasn't clear, I think he said, "Excuse me," or say that again if he didn't hear what I said. And of course, I repeated myself, but it wasn't that he didn't understand me. It was more so that he didn't hear me.
And could you understand his words, and were they appropriate to your answer, to your questions?
Yes, they were.
And there's a colloquy between all of y'all and Mr. Griffin at several points on the interview, right?
Yes.
Did he appear to be clear in his mind? That's what I'm saying.
Yes, sir.
And this was how many days? Well, first of all, when you talked to him that first statement, how long was it after the 911 call?
I interviewed him just before 1 a.m. on June 8th, and the 911 call came in on that Monday night at approximately 10:06 p.m.
So that's just a few hours afterwards.
Yes, sir.
Would you say it was fresh in his mind then?
Yes, sir, I would.
And this second interview was on what day and time?
June 10th.
And what time was the second?
1:30-ish. Hang on just a minute, sir. It began approximately 1:45 p.m. I'm sorry, 1:54 p.m.
First and the second interview, Special Agent David Owen, based on your being there and listening and asking questions, was the defendant clear about whether or not he had gone back down to the kennels after he went to the house?
No, sir.
Was he clear that he had not gone back down there?
Yes, sir.
Well, that was clear. He hadn't gone down there.
That was clear.
Can't leave the witness.
Did you have trouble understanding that?
No, sir, I did not.
And was it clear where he'd gone after that,
Yes, sir.
based on your questions?
Went to visit his mother in Alameda.
And when he came back?
When he came back, yes, sir.
And that's the 12th.
That was
Second interview?
June 10th.
10th, I'm sorry,
Yes, sir.
I was getting it. Did you collect the defendant's phone that day?
I asked for consent to do a cell phone extraction. Dylan Hightower with the 14th Circuit actually conducted that extraction, and he conducted a logical extraction while Mr. Murdaugh was being interviewed.
Conrad's expert on phones, and what's logical extraction mean?
So there's two types of, I'm not a cell phone expert, but what I understand is logical extract. There's two types, logical and physical. Logical, it's basically the surface of your phone. You get phone calls, text messages, emails, photographs, very basic information. The physical extraction, you get more files on the phone, such as orientation change, your steps, more intricate, more information with the physical extraction.
So on the 10th, working with the 14th Circuit Solicitor's Office investigator, y'all got a logical extraction.
Yes, sir.
And was the phone given back then?
Yes, sir. Upon the completion of the extraction, it was given back, yes.
But you're working with the local officials at this point, correct?
Yes, sir.
After that, did you have an occasion to talk with Marion Proctor and her family without saying what they said?
Yes, sir. I'm not sure the exact date, but it was sometime that week or the following week that I spoke with Marion Proctor and her husband.
And was Maggie Murdaugh's Mercedes processed?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Did y'all obtain search warrants?
Yes, sir, we did.
Would you dispute if I told you that was June 15th for social media, financial records, and to search the ponds of Moselle and surrounding areas?
No, sir.
And did y'all do that?
Yes, sir, we did.
You actually went out and searched?
Yes, sir.
How'd you search the ponds?
We had sled dive team come down. Once they arrived and kind of surveyed the pond, it wasn't deep enough for them to actually dive, so they just waited. They had, hip waders on, so they were walking around basically on their hands and knees, searching the pond. There were some other waterways and ponds on the property that were searched, and I believe they went back the next day to complete searches. Also around that area, because going into Hampton, it's a swampy area. This Salkatchie River, the Little Salkatchie River, those areas were searched. Also that same day that the ponds were searched, we did a land search in conjunction with Colleton County. They had ATVs, UTVs, 4x4s, and we were searching the property looking for any evidence that might help us develop leads or point us in the right direction in the investigation.
So SLED's working?
Yes, sir.
Working with locals?
Yes, sir.
And was a property searched again on June 16th?
Yes, sir.
I got to
Where
look
was
at
that?
That's when the dive team returned and completed their search of the waterways and ponds.
And it's also, there was some blackout cartridge casings and some shotgun shells that were seized later, correct, also?
Yes, sir. The pond that was, the first pond that was searched is by the shooting range or the shoot house across Moselle from the main house. So going back to June 8th, when Agent Croft went back out to the house and they conducted the search, he located some additional 300 blackout shell casings. We knew there was a shoot house by the ponds, so we went over there and located the 300 blackout shell casings inside the shoot house, as well as some shot shells from shotguns by the pond, and those were collected.
Did you end up talking with the pathologist?
Yes, sir.
Did you have an occasion to speak with where Maggie Murdaugh might have been on June 7th? With any place she might have visited?
Yes, sir. According to the statement that Alec gave me, that she was seeing that she had been to Charleston to see a doctor, and he gave me a name. I did some research, and being from Charleston, I was familiar with the doctor and the location. So I went by and spoke to the doctor, and they verified that she was there that day. They told me what she was wearing, which is the clothing she was found in that night. She didn't appear to be in any distress. It appeared to be a normal visit. I didn't get into what the visit was, but it was a normal visit for them.
And days are becoming a week and you're moving on. Did you talk with the defendant, Alex Murdaugh, again during this time period?
A few times, yes, sir.
A few times?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, do you remember on July 28th, meeting him at the Colleton County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, sir. I believe it was a few days prior to the 28th. He had contacted me. We still had custody of his Suburban, and he was seeking to have his Suburban returned to him. I indicated to him that it was inoperable. I was unable to return it to him. And he asked to get some personal belongings out of there. I believe he had some clothing and some golf clubs in there, and he was going on vacation with Maggie's family and needed his golf clubs.
So he called about his car?
Yes, sir.
I mean, that was the point of his phone call?
He asked about the investigation as well. He asked about the investigation later on the 28th when I did meet with him, and to, let him get some of the clothing and some of his belongings out of the Suburban. He indicated to me that he had some questions and wanted to know about the investigation. And at that time I indicated, I said, well, I have some additional questions as well. I said, I think I had another interview scheduled. I said, I can't meet with you right now. Can we meet sometime tomorrow? And he stated no, that he was going out of town. And I said, well, go with your family, take a relaxing vacation. When you return, give me a call. Let's schedule something and we'll sit down. A few days later, I believe it was August 3rd or August 4th, he returned my phone call and said, I'm back. Let's schedule something. And we scheduled a date for August the 11th.
So he called, asked about the case, the car, You said you couldn't meet. I could meet with you tomorrow, and he said he couldn't. He's going on vacation.
Yes, sir.
When he gets back, y'all agree on a date for another interview?
Yes, sir.
And specifically, what had you told him about that interview, or what did he ask you about that interview prior to this? Prior to actually the interview?
About setting up the interview?
Yes, sir.
He just stated he had some questions. He wanted to know what we were doing, where we were at, if we had any information. And I told him that we didn't have a whole lot, and I had some questions that I needed clarification on, that I needed to sit down with him.
Now, and prior to this, had y'all collected a bunch of buckle swabs?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Why?
Well, when our crime scene agents, when they process the scene, they look for touch DNA. Of course, you can't see it, so you're just thinking, okay, where could somebody have touched? I know they swabbed door handles and they swabbed different areas. Evidently, there was the shell casings and the shot shells. There were no weapons found that night by the bodies, so we didn't have those to test, other than the shotgun that Alec had taken, gone and gotten from the house during the 911 call. And at that time, you know, I wasn't familiar with the Murdaugh family. I didn't know the Murdaugh family, but I knew that there was a large boat case. There was an issue where Paul had been charged or indicted on the boat accident and the death of Mallory Beach. So, you know, that's a catastrophic event for that family. So, you know, you immediately think, okay, well, that's something big, so that needs to be addressed as well. And you know, I have friends and family over at my house all the time, so their DNA is going to be there. I knew that Alec had friends and family at his house all the time, especially law partners. I saw them there. So if I'm going to start collecting DNA, I need to eliminate the ones that I know were there. So you start going out to friends and family, talking to people in the boat case that were on the boat that night, trying to document their alibis and getting their DNA to make sure, if we find an unknown, is it them?
So you were trying to either rule in or rule out any other possible suspects?
Yes.
And who brought up the boat case first in this case when you got involved? When's the first time you heard about it?
During the 911 call. Alec mentioned it in the 911 call. He mentioned it to Sergeant Greeny when he arrived. He mentioned it to me during the interview.
And so you followed up on that?
Yes, I did. Or yes, we did.
We did. And I missed off. I watched it, but some testimony with the typologist about possible scenarios. What guns were found at or near Maggie and Paul when y'all got there?
None.
None?
None. Other than the shotgun that was by Alex's truck that he retrieved from the house, but there were no guns found by Maggie or Paul.
And that gun was given to you by Alex? Given to law enforcement?
It was given to law enforcement by Alec, yes, sir.
Okay, let's, did you have an occasion to talk with the defendant again?
On August the 11th.
Okay. And tell these folks where that took place.
At the Sleds Low Country Regional Office here in Walterboro.
How far is that from where we're standing or sitting right now? 2-3
minute drive. If you're from Walterboro any length of time, it's the old hospital, the old mental health DSS building.
They got y'all in the old hospital and the mental health building?
Yes, sir.
What time was it, the interview?
Interview began approximately 11:09 a.m.
And describe the room, interview room itself.
I mean, it's plain walls. There's a table, a small conference table, basically about the size of this desk, and 4 chairs. Of course, we move the chairs in and out to accommodate the number of people. There's video cameras up on the ceiling to record any interview that occurs in there.
Are the video cameras visible?
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna show you what's marked, states 511, 512, and 513. And just ask you, does that relate to what you're saying right now? Testifying to?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, 511, 512, and 513, I believe without objection.
You're admitted.
Put Elmo. Actually, Judge, I'm going to have abundance of caution. I'm going to withdraw states 511 without objection, I believe. I apologize. 511 is withdrawn with the court's permission. Please, this 512 and 513 I'm holding, just tell the folks what this is.
That is the interview room in our Low Country SLED office,
What is he withdrawing?
You see cameras in there.
And
Yes.
why?
up in the corners.
Judge, I didn't know if you wanted to take a break. We're going to play the interview now, which may be semi-lengthy, and I just want to bring that to the court's attention. So I hope you don't mind me saying that.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have you go to the jury room for a short break.
In charge.
Very good. You may proceed.
Special Agent David Owen, we stopped at right before we were talking about the interview on August 11th. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury who was at that interview? Who participated in that interview?
Alex Murdaugh and Corey Fleming.
And prior to playing the video, was this a voluntary statement?
Yes, it was.
The defendant was not in custody.
No, he was not.
He's free to leave.
Yes, he was.
What are you
Was
doing?
there because he wanted to be there.
Yes, sir.
Did he tell you he wanted to ask some questions?
Yes, he did.
Did you tell him you wanted to ask him some questions?
Yes, I did.
What happened to the sound all of a sudden?
Your Honor, I have, we have redacted the last part of this video with consent of both parties. What's contained on 517 includes the video without the redaction, and we now offer 517, I believe, without objection.
It's admitted.
Permission to publish, if someone would please. Before we get started, please, thank you, Mr. Spanner. Who is Corey Fleming?
Corey Fleming was a defense attorney out of Beaufort area, also a friend of Alex Murdaugh's.
Here's my
Did you know
girl.
him
Hey,
prior to
baby.
this?
No, sir, I did not.
Corey Fleming.
No, sir.
Okay, don't knock all my papers on the floor now. I'm just gonna look at Jesus again. Okay.
Who's down to your right? Jeff Croft. Who's testified? Jeff, you still in here? Is that here in the back?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What time is this?
It indicates 9:50. The time was incorrect on our recording system. But my notes and my report indicates it was approximately 11:09 a.m.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Judge. One of the jurors is requesting something, Judge.
good, man. Can't complain. Ready to see some cool weather. I have money in life. That's on me too.
To the left of Mr. Murdaugh, I know we've got an inset smaller, but to the left of Mr. Alex Murdaugh, the defendant, is that Corey Fleming?
Yes, it is.
It was brutal at my house last week. The air conditioner went out.
Oh, my goodness.
Are you spelling your name with two M's or one? All right, sir. Alec, I appreciate you coming in today. I know we got a lot to talk about. I know you have millions of questions. But before we get started with your questions, this has been going on for over 2 months. And we've done a lot of work. I know you have. And I've got some more questions that I need to get clarifications on. Sure. Okay. So we'll start with that.
Wait a minute.
Yes, sir.
Maybe I'm mistaken. I thought we were coming here so you could update him on what's going on.
And I intend to do that as
Okay,
we
let's
go.
do that first.
Okay.
Let's
Well,
do that first.
the update is I'm doing the investigation, and I have some questions that I would like some answers to. And I mean, certainly, if I ask the question, if you don't want to answer it, you don't have to answer it.
No, I'm not with that.
I mean, it's more clarifications of the 2 interviews you've already given me.
Totally understand.
Okay.
Just wait 1 second.
Yeah.
Wait 1 second. All right. I need for you to tell me, are you going to give us information, or are we just here for you to ask questions?
Now, I'm going to give you some information.
Right. Why can't you give us information first?
Some of the information that you're asking about are in my questions. And as we go through, you'll see.
Okay.
I don't mind it.
I know you don't, but I can't. I mean, I'm a friend, but I'm also a lawyer, and I like to know what we do. I like to understand what we're talking about. I need you to answer this question. Are you asking him questions to further your investigation, or are you asking him questions because you think that he's a suspect? I need a straight answer.
I am asking these questions to further my investigation.
Does that mean that you're not asking him these questions as a suspect?
Good.
Because I'm not comfortable with you asking him questions as a suspect when I came here with the thought that you were going to be telling him where you are in the investigation, what it is you've done, seen, uncovered, whatever. That's why we came here.
Well, let me respond to your question. It may not be a direct answer that you're looking for. And I've told Alec this when we first met. Any homicide investigation, you start with the closest person and or the person who found.
And he knows that because he's a lawyer.
Both cases, that's Alec. Everybody stays in that investigation until we can get them out. And right now, because of the questions that I have that I need explanations for, I cannot get Alec out.
Okay. That's a reasonable statement. I don't have a problem with that statement. That's fine. I don't read it, but
he doesn't what?
Everybody in the United States of America has an opinion on this case. And because I know everybody, I know it's a bunch of bullshit. I can't imagine that y'all are going to be asking about nonsense in the internet.
No. I mean, just like you, I'm aware of what's out there.
Yeah.
I have not read every article. I don't care to read every article because they're not doing the investigation.
That's
I
right.
am.
That's right. That's right. All right, well, Alex, if you're comfortable and you feel okay.
Yes.
This
This
is
is
fine.
anything to help.
All right, that's fine.
So I want to go back to Monday morning. And you went to the office. Okay. What time did you go to the office? Who was at your house when you left? And what time did you go to the office?
We had been to a ball game that weekend. I
didn't
don't
ask about a
remember
ball
exactly
game.
what time. It would have been somewhere between 8:30 and 9:30, probably 10 o'clock, maybe at the latest, something like that.
And when I ask about time, I'm not saying it was 5:11 or something like that. I just
Totally
I
understand.
mean ballpark.
That's
as close as you can get to it.
And if you need to know exactly when,
He just told you he didn't. Ballpark.
there would be a keypad that would tell when exactly I went in my office that I can get for you.
Okay.
So
So you have a key fob to get in your office?
a card.
A card.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
But, a little bit, it was probably a little bit on the later side of that. I guess I know Maggie got up early to get out of there because she had an appointment in Charleston. I just don't remember if I left right after she did or I fiddled around.
And I already know that Paul stayed at John Marvin's that night, so it was just you and Maggie at the house.
That's correct.
And I know when you were at the office, you were working on motions, and some of those motions you dealt with were for Paul's, the boat accident or the boat case.
I'm not really doing the legal work.
I understand, but you're Paul's dad, you're a lawyer, you're definitely going to know what's going on.
Yeah.
So what were those motions? Did it deal with Parker's, or was it the actual boat accident, or?
It was the civil case.
What time did you leave and get home?
Earlier than normal. I'd say 5:30.
When you left the office?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What time did Paul get home that night?
Me and Paul got there about the same time. Maybe he was a little bit later than me, or maybe a little bit earlier than me, but it was close to the same time.
And y'all rode around the farm. I believe you said in 2 different trucks or 2 different vehicles.
Sir.
What were those 2 different vehicles?
And if he didn't do it, why would he care
truck
if they're asking questions or telling him information?
In either one of those, did you see any long guns? And take your time.
It's okay.
Did you see any rifles or shotguns?
That makes him look more guilty.
I don't remember seeing any that day, no. We did have pistols.
Yeah, because I know you said you went target practicing.
Well, not really target practice,
Okay,
just shoot.
Yeah.
We rode around for a couple hours, just looked at everything. All the stuff Paul did on the farm. And, we just spent, time together. I'm sorry.
No, don't apologize.
Hey, you can do this? I can do it. started out going to look at the sunflowers because he was worried about the sunflowers. And that was the first thing we looked at. And then we just rode. We just rode and looked at. I mean, we hadn't done it in a while. We just rode, talked, and rode, talked.
We'll talk about
Everything, you know. Just, one of the main things, he'd been having trouble, his feet had swelled up, and we were worried about blood pressure and stress on him. And I mean, he handled all this stuff so amazingly, but I mean, we were just so worried about it. But I mean, we talked about that. We talked about the farm. We just talked about everything.
Has Paul been seeing a doctor for this feet?
No, sir.
We're not trying to get him to go.
Trying to get him to go.
He was resistant.
Yeah, he had been resistant, but
Hey, Joe.
much less so after his feet swelled up.
He was
I mean,
19.
he'd been
How
having all
much
kinds of
stress could he
problems,
be
but
under?
Much less after his feet swelled up.
As parents, I'm sure you and Maggie stayed on him about going. How did he respond to you?
To going out?
No, going to the doctor.
He did.
When y'all talked about it.
He's very resistant. Very, very resistant. I mean, we talked to him about seeing a doctor, about the stresses of everything with the boat wreck. He didn't think he needed to do that. I mean, we tried to watch him really closely. But he was resistant.
What time did Maggie get back home that night?
Later. I'd say probably the best I can tell, a couple hours after we got there.
When you and Paul returned back to the house, was Maggie there?
I can't remember if Maggie came by the shed when Paul and I were up there, or if we met her at the house. But, you know, it's not unusual for her, if we're messing around, for her to swing through up there.
Mm-hmm.
And Maggie was supposed to be coming home. I've since found out she was worried about me and me worried about my dad until she came home.
So at that point in the interview, she said, did he tell you she came home because she was worried about his dad?
Yes.
Basis for the objection.
Leading, he just repeating what the jury just heard on the video.
So what?
Yes, sir.
God, I can play it and come back and ask him to clarify that. That's all. Go ahead, please.
And Maggie was supposed to be coming home. I've since found out she was worried about me and me worried about my dad until she came home.
Where was she going to stay that night?
At Edison. We were having work done down there. And I wasn't 100%, but it's pretty well she was going to stay at Edison.
So kind of surprised you that she came back?
That didn't totally surprise me. She'd let me know earlier that she was coming home. But then I found out later why she came home.
She was concerned for you.
Sure.
What time did y'all sit down and eat dinner?
Not too long after that. Blanc had made dinner. And so the three of us ate dinner together.
What was the conversation around the dinner table?
Normal. Regular stuff. I mean, I can't tell you exactly, but
How was Maggie's appointment in Charleston that day?
I think it had gone good. We didn't really get the chance to talk about it in detail. She's been having a couple little medical issues. I can't even remember which one. It wasn't anything huge. I can't remember exactly which one she went for.
And after dinner, Maggie and Paul went to the kennels, or?
You know, I don't know exactly how that went. I stayed on the couch and I dozed off. And then I got up.
Did you watch TV that night?
I know the TV was, I believe the TV was on. But I wasn't watching it, you know.
Stop right there, please. I'm not going to ask you to repeat that, but this next question regarding a tree video, had you confronted him with that before?
No, sir, I had not.
Okay, please go ahead.
Tree video.
There is a video on Paul's phone of you and him on the farm that night, and you were in khaki pants and a dress shirt. You were playing with a tree.
I don't remember playing with a tree.
Yeah, I guess there was a tree sapling or something that had fallen over or bending over, and you were trying to get it to stand up. But I mean, the question in that is, when I met you that night, you were in shorts and a t-shirt. At what point in that evening did you change clothes?
I'm not sure. It would have been
before dinner or after dinner?
No, it would have been. What time of day was that? I would have thought I'd already changed.
There's not a time.
Is he asking you now what time that picture was?
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
I was down on it because there's so many posts, but I want to say it looks to be about dusk. So that would have been 7:30, 8 o'clock.
I guess I changed when I got back to the house.
Earlier when we spoke, and you talked about waking up from your nap and then going to check on your mother, and you tried to call Maggie and you tried to call Paul, and then you sent Maggie a text that you were going to check on your mother. You also told me that Maggie didn't normally go with you to check on your mother, but that she might ride that night. Did you go by and check on her?
Go by and check on my mom?
Maggie, before you left to go?
No, I didn't.
With her not responding to you and thinking that she might ride with you, why didn't you?
I don't remember having plans that Maggie was going to ride with me. But maybe she had told me that she was that night. I don't recall that. I don't remember that specifically, but it wasn't. She didn't normally go with me. I mean, it's not like we had plans that she was going to ride with me, but she was going.
These are just some maps I pulled off of Google. What route did you take from Moselle to your mom's?
I would have gone to the right on Moselle Road, 63, into Barnville, turn left on the road, right before 278, 601, and then in front of the school, turn right, that's how I believe I went.
You said right on Moselle to 63.
That's right, right on Moselle.
Yeah.
The normal way is right on Moselle to Dobson Road. Okay. Dobson Road to 63. 63 into Barnville, left on whatever the road is that goes to the school. Right. And then either 63 or left on the road that goes down and then on 63.
How often did you go visit your mother during that time?
I mean, it wasn't infrequent. It wasn't all the time. I mean, visit her, all times a day.
Just checking on her, especially with your dad being short.
She had been having a particularly, she's got Alzheimer's really bad, or pretty bad. And she had been particularly agitated. With him not being there. And checked on her more in the days and weeks following my dad's passing, and otherwise, but several times a week. Any time.
How long would you say you were at your mom's that night?
45 minutes, an hour.
Had you talked to Shelley Smith at this point?
She had been interviewed, yes. I had not spoken with her by that time. Yes, sir.
Please go.
You had to take her back home to make any stops on the way?
On the way there?
On the way to your mom's work on your return trip back home?
Stops. No, I didn't go anywhere. I went straight there. I did not. No, sir.
And earlier in the day when you were down at the shed and kennels with Paul, did y'all discuss any injuries to any dogs?
Did he and I? No, but Rogan Gibson told me about the dog's tail, and somebody saying his leg was broken.
Which one's his dog?
I'm trying to Mr. Orange's volume.
Video.
Yes. Or turn up the volume.
Any dogs?
Did he and I? No, but Rogan Gibson told me about the dog's tail. And somebody saying his leg was broken.
So right here in the interview, your question was, did Paul tell you that? So did he deny that he'd had a conversation with Paul about that?
He never said he had a conversation.
What if anything did he say about whether he'd had a conversation with Paul about that?
He didn't indicate that he had a conversation with Paul. He said he had a conversation with Rogan Gibson.
That he'd heard that from Rogan?
Yes, sir.
Which one's his dog?
It's a chocolate puppy, I think.
Was the leg broken?
Not that I know of.
I can certainly see why something might be wrong with his tail, because when I was out there, he was chasing his tail and looking through the fence and trying to grab it. So that was kind of puppy energy. When you got back to Moselle, which driveway did you enter?
I went into Brick Gates.
And Maggie and Paul, were there vehicles at the house?
Yes, sir.
How did they get down there that night?
Still, I was hoping you were going to be able to tell me that.
The only thing that I can come up with is that black truck. Is that Buster's old black truck?
Yes, sir.
Does it normally stay down at the farm, or does it stay at the house?
Both. Both.
Did Maggie ever walk down there?
Maggie walked down there a lot. But Paul, I mean, it would, if you showed me some proof that Paul walked down there that night, I would be surprised. Absolutely surprised.
Well, thinking about Paul's health concerns, do you think Maggie could have gotten him to walk that night? Say, come on, let's walk with me this one time.
You know, it's possible, but again, that would be highly, highly unusual. He would have talked her into riding. Been highly unusual for him to walk.
So when you were at the kennels, you were just down there with Paul. And you left. You went back to the house for dinner.
You know, I mean, Paul and I were just knocking around up at the shop, the shed, the kennels, just the whole property. And that was before dinner, yes, sir.
And you didn't go back down there after dinner until your return trip from visiting your mother.
Yes, sir.
That's it. Keep going.
I've got information that Paul was on the phone.
Had you confronted him with what you're about to ask him prior to this?
No, I had not.
And the question you had just asked him, did that deal with whether he went down to the kennels or not after supper?
Correct.
And he said he had not.
He had not.
And Maggie was heard in the background. And you were heard in the background. And that was prior to 9 p.m.
I heard Rogan Gibson ask me if I was up there. He said he thought it was me.
Was it you?
At 9 o'clock?
Yes, sir.
No, sir.
He's still
Not if my
lying
times are right.
about being up there.
Who do you think it could have been?
I have no idea.
And Rogan's been around your family for pretty much all of his life.
Oh, absolutely.
And he recognizes your voice, and you have a distinct voice. Do you think of anybody else that has a voice similar to yours that he may have misinterpreted?
No, sir. I mean, when we were talking, he had asked me that. So, I mean, he had told me that he thought I was up there.
Did that surprise you?
Yes, sir.
So when you returned back to the kennels, when you returned home from your mom's, where were the dogs?
They were like they were when I didn't put dogs up.
Okay.
So
they weren't running loose.
However they were.
Okay. At one point in the 911 call, you say here, like you're talking to somebody else or something else.
I say here?
Here, yes, sir. So the dispatcher is asking you if they're breathing, and you said no. And she asked did you see anyone else in the area, and you said no. She asked about guns near them, and you said no. And then you kind of stutter and start moving around, and you said here.
It makes him look guilty, though.
I don't have any memory of saying that. I guess I'd have to listen to it but I don't recall the dog being out. I'm certain that there was not a dog out. I mean, there's other things people have told me about that 911 call that I don't remember. I don't know here. Like I was calling a dog.
Calling a dog, talking to somebody else.
No.
I don't know. That's what I'm asking.
Sir, I mean, there obviously was nobody else out there. And
oh no. Poor Womble.
Certain that there was not a dog loose. But I don't.
Okay. Why did he lie? Because that was a stupid lie. That is the lie that undid him. Literally. That is the lie that made him guilty. Like, I know we all think he did it. But if he hadn't lied about that one thing, that could have been reasonable doubt. Why did he do that? Like, why couldn't he have said, like, I went up there to tell them bye right before I left to go to my mom's? Like, why lie? That's the dumbest thing of this whole case. That is the dumbest part of it. And he still is sitting there lying about it. Does he not? I guess he doesn't know that they have a tape of his voice in the kennel. So he's still lying. And he, like Judy said earlier, he's not a stupid man. How did he think he was going to get away with all this? Yeah, but he could have said, I mean, he lives there. It's his property. He could have just said, I just ran up there to say goodbye to them before I went to my mom's. Well, the lawyer at first was like, I don't know why we're here. Why are you asking him questions? I thought we came in to get information. And that makes him look more guilty too. Because if you are not guilty, what's wrong with answering questions? He's lied to everybody, so why not his attorney too? Oh, they did tell him they had. Okay, I missed that part. And so he knows they have. Ugh, jeez. This man, I swear. Greed and drugs and privilege turns you into a horrible person if you let it. I mean, I'm sure there are some decent people that have money, but he is not one of them. But not all of his money was his money either. Man.
I don't remember saying anything about Buster would know something about threats. I was asked about that later. If I had information about, or if Buster had information about threats that I had said he would know.
Me either. I'll still be shopping at Walmart if I win the lottery. No $500 Jimmy shoes for me. Just.
Have you learned anything new about any threats against Paul or your family?
Nothing really new, no sir. Outside of things that Randy's told you, or there was just so many things on the internet that, just but nothing new, no sir.
So during the 911 call, and we also talked about that this night. That night, you returned back to the house to get a shotgun.
Yes, sir.
What door did you enter?
The best that I can remember, I went in the side door, and I went straight to the gun cabinet.
Were you focused on any particular shotgun, or you just grabbed one?
I just grabbed one.
How do you normally load your shotguns?
Did he have a gun in the car?
Load shotguns in special ways, different types of munitions, and I'm just asking you how you load yours.
I mean, I normally put it in the chamber and push the button.
What type of shot do you load?
All kinds. I mean, I've loaded bird shot, buck shot, slugs, skeet shot.
At the same time? I mean, would you load like a bird shot and a buck shot in the same load?
Not normally. I mean, normally you put in, a load for whatever you're hunting.
Mm-hmm. The reason I'm asking about that, the shot shells that we recovered that night, one was a turkey load, one was buckshot.
I understood that.
The shotgun that you had with you that night, there was a bird shot and a buckshot. When Jeff went back the next day, I'm not sure which attorney it was, pointed out that there had been a shotgun laying on the pool table that he had put away, and pointed out that ammunition that was with that, and it was a buckshot and a bird shot. And then the shotgun that we took for potential comparison, it was also loaded with a bird shot and a buckshot. So I have all of these consistent loads along with what's that in the feed room. I call it the feed room at the kennels. Is that what you call it?
That's
okay.
Good enough.
Okay, I just want, if I say feed room, I just want you to know what I'm talking about.
The night I grabbed the shelves that I could get my hands on, I don't, you know, I had no idea exactly what I had.
Okay. Also, when we talked, I asked you if it was normal to keep guns down in the kennels. And you said you would have to check. Have you been able to check to see what was missing from your collection?
I have, yes, I know what's missing from, what I believe is missing from our guns.
Okay, and what are those?
There's 3 guns that I think are missing.
Okay. And what kind of guns are those?
It would be a Benelli shotgun, a Browning shotgun, and a pump shotgun.
He had a
The
pistol
Benelli
in
and
his
the
car.
Browning, are they pump or?
If he wanted it for
autos?
protection,
The
he could
Benelli and the
have gotten
Browning are automatic.
the pistol out of his car.
And the pump shotgun, what brand is that?
I believe it's a Remington, but I'm not positive.
Are they like standard brown and black, all black or camo?
The Benelli is black. The Browning is camo, and the pump is camo.
Would you have those serial numbers recorded anywhere?
I don't have them recorded, but I'm sure. I don't know where the pump shotgun exactly came from, but I should be able to have the Benelli and the Browning.
Okay. Because we don't know if they're stolen or where they are.
Oh, you're back.
So I really can't get them entered into NCIC. But
Go ahead.
But I could alert the ATF to where if that gun is run, that there would be an alert on it, and it would get me at least back to the gun and the person that may have had it.
Absolutely.
So if we could work on that and get those as soon as possible.
Absolutely.
You said Benelli's black, Browning's camo, and the pump is camo?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
The Browning is a brown camo, and the pump is a green camo. And, you know, I understand also that a 300 was used that night. And I know there's been some, I understand John Bedingfield said he only had 2 of those, one of which was lost 3 a long time ago, but I'm telling you, now I am certain that we replaced that gun. All right?
Actually, John knows that he sold Maggie a 3rd gun.
Okay. Okay.
And the story was that she was supposed to let you know that she paid for it for you to go sign the paperwork. And that never occurred.
Okay. So that's why there wasn't a number? Okay.
Well, he has the number. He just doesn't have a final sale on the ATF paperwork.
Okay. That was replacing the one that
Paul lost, yes.
That's correct.
And both of those 300s, those serial numbers are with the ATF and flagged in the system. So when they pop up, I'm going to get me to those. Okay. And that's, you know, we've talked about the shot shells. So the cartridge casings were 300 blackout cartridge casings that were found by Mac. There were also cartridge casings found by your house, by the side door to the gun room, and at the shooting range.
You're now asking about shell casings that were found by Maggie. That's Maggie's body, correct?
The cartridge casings found by Megan, yes.
Had he ever been confronted with this information prior to right now that you know of?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
I believe he was, but not by me, I don't think.
There were also cartridge casings found by your house, by the side door to the gun room, and at the shooting range. And the ones by the house and some of the ones found at the shooting range are confirmed matches to the ones found by Maggie.
Okay.
So, which gives another concern. I've got the same load as the shot shells in multiple guns and 300 blackout that match ones found on your property.
So you now believe that those guns, that Paul's guns were used?
Yes.
Okay.
And missing.
And I understand that somebody had seen that gun recently, but, you know, and I'd asked Buster about it. I believe that that gun has been gone since back before Christmas.
Mm-hmm. No one recalls Paul's first 300 going missing around Halloween at a party at Hampton.
Halloween of 2020?
When did y'all?
No, that because
No. It was
years.
Yeah, it was whatever Christmas he got it. So it was 17. Christmas is 17. So it was the Halloween after in 18 is when Nolan believes it was taken out of Paul's truck. There's and it would take me a while to find those notes, but Mark Williams or Matt Williams is a family friend. And I may have the name wrong, but there was hundreds of people at this Halloween party. Nolan says adults were there, kids were there, and Nolan knows that the gun was in Paul's truck when they got to the party, and when they went to leave the party, it was gone. So that's the timeline on when that gun goes missing.
Okay. I mean, I knew it had been a while.
And I think in April of 19 is when April of 18.
Christmas is 16, January
Okay.
17 is when they did the
Gotcha. Gotcha. Another part in the 911 call, you made the comment, I should have known. And the questioning that surrounded, dispatcher's asking, is anybody else supposed to be at the house? And you said, no, ma'am, please hurry. And she says, we're getting somebody out there to you. And your next comment was, I should have known. What are you referencing in that statement?
I don't remember saying that, but I guess, all the threats and, I had been convinced it just was something to do with boat wreck and, all of that.
Did Paul ever get physical with you? Did they ever get into a heated argument and get physical?
One time, a little bit where he wouldn't listen to me.
Did you ever get physical with him?
No, sir.
How about Maggie? Did Paul get physical with Maggie?
Yeah.
Sure, she probably wanted to at times.
I'm sure she wanted to with all of us.
Yeah.
And the one time Paul did that, he had too much to drink.
Mm-hmm.
In a very isolated incident.
Where was that? Was that at Moselle or Edisto?
That was at Moselle.
So that was pretty recent?
No, sir. It had been a while.
When you turned Paul over and his cell phone popped out and you picked it up, and your statement was something like, I thought about doing something, but then I put it back down. And that was the interview, our first interview. What were your intentions with the phone?
I don't know. I mean, when I went up to him and the phone came out, I don't remember having intentions of doing anything with the phone.
You say when I went up to him, the phone came out.
Phone popped out before you go on the first review.
Okay, thank you.
You got anything real quick? Going back when y'all ate dinner together after Miss Maggie got home and you and Paul got back from riding around.
Sure.
Can you estimate about how long y'all would have been at the dinner table or ate at the dinner table?
I mean, it wasn't any long drawn out dinner, just.
I mean, a guess is, you said there was conversation at the dinner table, but
Fifteen, 20 minutes, however long it takes to. Best guess.
okay. David asked you just earlier about when y'all were riding around the farm, and you said y'all had the pistol in the truck. Y'all had shot a few times, really not target practice, but shot a few times. You said that you had on that day you didn't see any long guns, rifles, or shotguns in the vehicle. Prior to that, how long prior to that do you recall seeing guns or any guns in that vehicle?
I mean, Paul always had guns.
Okay.
So, I mean, it was very unusual for Paul not to have guns.
And when you say guns, rifles or shotguns or
everything?
Both?
Okay. Yes, sir.
His truck that he normally drove, I believe it was the Platinum, went into the shop that Friday prior to. I think Mark Ball went and got some video from Jimmy Butler's that shows Paul dropping the truck off and not removing anything from it. So basically, he would have taken the rifles out at home. Do you know what he did with those rifles? If he would have put them in a different truck, or if he put them in the house, or would he have? So the truck that he drove, where was it parked on that Friday? So where would he have swapped everything out?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure where the truck that he drove on Friday. What truck did he swap out from?
I think when he went to Charleston, Dale said that he helped hook up the boat to one of the white Fords. And I know one's a gas and one's a diesel.
So it wouldn't have been the gas truck going to Charleston. I'm not sure. So this occurred the Friday before everything happened?
Yes, sir.
I'm not sure. On Friday, I had gone to stay in the hospital with with my dad. I don't believe that I saw Paul on Friday.
When did y'all go up to Columbia?
On Saturday.
What involved it with y'all?
You know, I mean, Paul, he didn't. I mean, he liked to go to sports when there was a crowd, but that wasn't his thing to go.
Is that always how it's always been, or because of the voting?
No. I mean, he wasn't into ball as much.
One thing that I'm trying to understand is your timeline. You said you probably went to the office 8:30, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock. You left early around 5 or 5:30. And there's been some other timelines or times that we've talked about and you can't quite remember what the times are or what time of day it was. When the dispatcher asked you, when was the last time you saw Maggie or talked to Maggie, you said an hour and a half, 2 hours ago. To me, that's, a set, without thinking about it, you rattled off that time. We're sitting here trying to figure out a timeline.
The question was, you told the dispatcher hour, 2 hours ago?
Hour and a half to 2 hours.
Hour and a half, 2 hours. What time was the 911 call?
10:06 p.m.
Hour and a half, 2 hours prior to that.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
And you're having trouble coming up with a specific time.
Oh, man, it's fair.
Tell me again what I said to the dispatcher.
You said an hour and a half ago, probably 2 hours.
And what time was that?
That was when you were on the phone, and the 911 call was made at 10:06. So given 2 hours back, that would have been 8.
I mean, I think that's probably about. I think that's probably about right. And so, what you believe I'm giving you an inconsistent answer?
No, I'm just trying to wrap my mind around it when I'm asking you what time you went to the office that day, what time you got home.
Can I ask you a question? At this point in the investigation, did you have the video back from Paul's phone showing the dog at the kennels?
No, sir, I had not.
You said 5 to 5:30. I've got the card readout from the law firm, and it shows you going in at 5:30.
Going in the door?
Yes, sir. And Randy says when he left about 6 o'clock, you were still there. So the times aren't matching up. And I'm just trying to get I'm just trying to get an understanding of why.
I believe I left. So that's not the first time I was at my office that day.
There were several readings, but your card wouldn't work. Somebody actually had to let you in.
Okay.
But I've got your card opening the door at the law firm at 5:30. And then Randy saying when he left at 6, you were still there. I'm trying to understand.
I left the office earlier than I
Tired of
normally
him saying
do.
no. No, we don't know.
I mean,
Why you're being asked.
it's not unusual for me to be there till dark. I try to get home when Maggie's home, before dark.
She don't like staying out there by herself in the dark.
That's right. So, you know, if it was 5:30 or 6, you know, I don't think I was still there at 6 o'clock. But you know, if I was, it wasn't long after that. So, you know, I believe that I went straight home. So, you know, my car, have y'all been able to get Chevrolet to download my?
We're still working on that.
Okay.
It's a long process.
Well, I mean, I got home early enough for Paul and I to ride the property for a substantial length of time. You know, more than an hour. I thought probably a couple of hours that we were together, but somewhere.
You go down the river?
We rode down.
It was still light when they made that video.
All the
them
roads,
looking
I
at the
believe.
trees or whatever.
I believe that we. I mean, we rode all over. We rode all over.
Have I been able to answer some of your questions? I know you probably have more, but with my questionings, trying to get some things cleared up, have I given you some answers?
Well, I mean, I do know more than I did, for sure. So, yes, I mean, some of those questions have certainly, yes, sir.
What
Good answer.
What other questions do you have then?
I would like to know exactly what happened.
Me too. The best that I've been able to put together.
It looks like. But go ahead, I'm sorry.
I believe Paul was shot first. For the simple fact of where he was located.
How many times was he shot?
Twice.
I thought he shot Maggie first because they could tell he shot her in the back of the head.
What, you said he thought they shot Maggie first, or Maggie was shot first?
He thought, Alex said that he thought Maggie was shot first because she had been shot in the back of the head.
Go ahead.
We may honestly never know who was first, but I think it was Paul, for the simple fact he wouldn't have, if he saw his mother getting shot, he wouldn't have run to that feed room. Unless that's where one of the guns was. But, you know, we've already established family guns were used. And if they came from Paul's truck was at the house. So where were they?
How did they get down there?
Yeah, how did they get down there?
Did you just ask him, we've established family guns were used?
Yes, I did.
Objection's overruled. Proceed.
What was his response?
Sorry.
Would nothing be the answer?
Correct.
Go ahead.
I mean, it's normal for y'all to leave your keys in the cars. However, if somebody showed up and did this, you're not going to take Paul's truck back to the house and leave the key in it.
Indeed.
And how did they put the gentleman?
You know, we've already established family guns were used. And if they came from Paul's truck was at the house. So where were they?
How did they get down there?
And how did they get down there? I mean, it's normal for y'all to leave your keys in the cars. However, if somebody showed up and did this, you're not going to take Paul's truck back to the house and leave the key in it.
I mean, do you know that the guns were in the truck? And could they have been somewhere else?
They could have been somewhere else. I mean, he didn't have his normal truck.
And I understand that Nolan Tootin believes he saw the gun 3 weeks beforehand.
Mm-hmm.
And I haven't talked to him, but is he believes it was the one that, not the one that was at the house?
Not the one that. What does that even mean? You got so many guns, you can't keep track of them.
I think it was a Benelli was his shotgun that he always kept, that Paul always kept with him.
Paul primarily kept, he kept one of a couple of Benellis.
Yeah, it was a camo Benelli. Is the last one that Nolan saw.
Okay.
And HDD, some type of 7mm rifle.
Yes, sir.
Do you have that one at home?
Yes, sir. That's what he saw?
That's what he saw.
Because I was told by somebody that Nolan saw a 300.
He told me he had not seen a 300 since March after turkey season.
Okay, well, somebody.
But those were the go-to guns, and those are the last ones that he saw.
The HDD
and Vanilla. He had not seen the 300 since March during turkey season.
And he definitely saw it during turkey season?
Yes, sir.
Because there was some point, back when it was missing at Christmas time.
The third one's missing at Christmas time?
Yes, sir. So, anyway, if he saw it in March.
Did y'all get any kind of forensic of anything that y'all found? Just the rain and the.
Yeah. I mean, we got plenty of DNA from the scene, but
yeah.
It's Nolan's, it's Rogan's, it's Alex, it's Paul's, it's Maggie's, it's Buster's.
Yeah.
Hey,
can you tell me for sure? Did either one of them live after they were shot first time?
Not long.
Was that
the shooting happened very quickly. Very quickly.
Is this one person, two persons, three persons?
Is that the first time he's ever executed her?
Yes, sir.
Ever?
That I recall, yes.
In the whole investigation at this point?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
We got two guns. We got two different types of ammunition. It's hard to say. It is hard to say.
known neither one of them so very long.
Matter of seconds, if that.
Thank you.
Have y'all been able to get anything involved that might lead to anybody with beef? Let me ask you this question. It comes from Randy. Alec, I didn't talk to you about this, but it's okay. You know, they got a lot of friends in the community. You know, from the upper echelon to the lowest socioeconomic level. They think that they can ask people to keep ears out, you know, loose lips, talking, that kind of stuff, but they don't want to reach out to anybody. Not purpose, unless y'all think it's okay. I'm not talking about paying people to do stuff, investigators.
Well, I've talked to Randy about this as well. He posed that question to me.
Right.
I'm not going to ask anybody in the law firm or anybody in the family, hey, go out and see what you can find and report back to me.
Sure.
Because then it can be construed as they're working as an agent of the state.
Sure.
And
I understand that completely. You don't even have to explain that. I understand it.
So, I mean, I told Randy, I said, I certainly can't stop you from going out. But I wouldn't ask them what they know and then report back to me. Tell them to call me. Tell them to call the tip line we have still set up. Or if you hear somebody talking about it, encourage them to call. Or give me the name and I'll go call.
I hear what you're saying.
So, David, we don't have not anything substantive that really makes you think, hey, this is a good.
We, you know, like I said, the only DNA we have are family and close friends. We don't have any fingerprints. We don't have, unfortunately, we don't have any shoe wear or tire wear impressions because it rained that night. The only thing that we can go off of are the cell tower dumps, or you know, the FBI was out. They were out on your property on Friday riding around trying to get some cell phone data. Unfortunately, all of that takes time.
And y'all had to send because this vehicle's new, you had to send that off?
Yes, sir.
So it's not like when we hire experts, we come in and just download it.
It's 2021 and they don't have the systems for it yet, but they're creating a system from what I understand.
Okay. Now, I don't know exactly how the OnStar thing works. I know how the control module works, but this is something different, right? Or is it all contained in the same thing?
There are two different systems that we took out.
Yeah.
One, or the other one is the telemetry system or infotainment center.
Yeah.
And the FBI says there is information there.
Yeah.
They just have to be able to extract it and put it in a report. Sure.
So you just wait for that.
I'm waiting on the search warrant from OnStar to see what kind of information they can give me.
You need if us signing something expedites that. I told you we'll get. I don't own the car, but whoever we need to will sign whatever authorization you need.
So you had said that, or maybe Jim told me something about y'all were able to get in Paul's phone just with a search warrant.
We have a what they call a partial download.
Yeah.
Because we don't have the passcode. Sure. We can't do a full extraction.
Do you think So, you know, my thought was that I don't know who's required to authorize Apple to open it. I know there was that big thing where they weren't going to do it for whatever case. But I thought that if we, I think Maggie owned the phone. I think it was in her name. The account was in her name.
Well, you have to have your own separate iCloud account for each phone. And we've done that for Maggie's, Paul's, and Alex.
Okay.
iCloud accounts.
Yeah.
To see if there's anything in there.
Yeah.
There was nothing in Paul's. I'm still waiting on Maggie's.
Maggie did back hers up and stuff. I know that.
Does that mean Paul didn't back his up?
Probably.
But what my thought was, and I don't know if this is even possible, but if we get the estate, we get the personal representative who is now the authorized person to authorize it to be open. I mean, surrounded by 100 lawyers. We get a probate done like that, and I can have the powers of appointment done in 2 days, and we can authorize whatever it is you need to open.
And that might be beneficial.
So
I think Randy and I, or somebody and I talked about that
yeah,
before.
Yeah, well, and I said I'd do it any of us.
Yeah. Who would be the representative? Just somebody at the law firm.
Probably one of your brothers, I would think.
For Maggie and Paul's estate,
Yeah.
probably me or one of my brothers. But whoever it is, it doesn't matter. Whoever it is will do whatever y'all need to do to. No, it won't be anybody that'll be uncooperative.
Okay. Well, if y'all would go ahead and start working on that, then we'll reach out to Apple and figure out how we get that accomplished.
All right. Because gotta be something there. Gotta be something there. Have y'all had to track down all the wackos on the internet? Or just only the ones that you think seem a little more, not the opportunity and the inclination,
There's been a few that I'm looking at.
Yeah.
But some of the information is just so far-fetched. I talked with one guy. He called in and says, well, I knew that Maggie's son bought a house right around the corner. I'm like, okay, well, no, they didn't.
Yeah.
That Maggie had left her husband some time ago and was going to move to Florida to be closer to her father because the mother was dead. And I'm like, okay, thank you, God.
So it's a lot of that stuff.
Yeah, people that want to get involved.
Yeah.
People that think they have some information. Especially the matter of death. They're all over the place.
Well, y'all been taking a licking in the press about not disclosing stuff, but Jesus Christ, man.
I don't have anything to disclose.
Well, and why are you going to tell the bad guy what you got?
Thank you.
I just don't understand it. Look.
Nobody wants to know more than this man right here and this man right here.
I know.
Everybody else.
I believe that.
Everybody else.
David, how far apart in time would the shot? And did one of them know the other one was dead or had been shot?
I think it's impossible to answer that question. I think it is impossible.
But you certain Paul was shot first?
I believe he was. I'm not certain. I believe he was.
Maggie would have known that then, wouldn't she? You don't know how soon afterwards she was shot?
And it all depends on how many shooters were there. If we're looking at two shooters, it could happen at the same time. If we're looking at one shooter, it would happen And don't, I know you can't help but think about it, but don't beat yourself up over getting an answer. It's not going to do anything for you.
When I asked you, now that you talked to me, are you willing to, if some of my family, Maggie's mom and dad or sister, are you willing to talk to them?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And I'll meet them wherever they want to.
It would
I
be
mean,
easy
I
if
know,
you could meet them
and
faster than that.
yeah. No, I mean, I live in Charleston, so it's
Yeah.
nothing for me to shoot up to Somerville and meet with the Brandsters.
Thank you. I know y'all are doing everything you can. And I don't take any personal offense at asking me these questions. I know you got to do what you got to do.
Well, I mean, and I hate to give any credence to the media, but with the media keep throwing you in there, then
You gotta ask the questions.
if I can get every bit of evidence possible, that's going to exonerate.
When you get my car stuff, that'll help.
Al, you said earlier Maggie didn't like staying out there by herself.
Yes, sir.
Was there any kind of, I know we asked you once before in one of the earlier interviews about cameras, and if y'all talk about doing any kind of camera system out there, stuff getting missing, Maggie talking about stuff getting missing. We're hearing that type of stuff, so.
We never really had problems with stuff missing, but we still talked about getting, cameras and, doing all of that, but we just haven't done it. We talked about it for a while.
But not really any conversation about stuff up and walking away or getting missing between you and Maggie.
Any conversations between me and Maggie about stuff?
You and Maggie, or you and Paul, either one about stuff that had been missing, or had somebody came up and taken from the bar or from the house or anything like that?
Only thing that I can remember being discussed missing was some drills and some Milwaukee tools.
How long ago was that?
Couple of it was since CB got hired, I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
Because that was one of the things Paul, when he was looking for him, was going to ask CB. And I'd had a boy working out there.
And he basically did what CB does now.
No,
or something.
he came in and was, just trying to, because I didn't have anybody working out there, just to kind of keep things from getting totally out of control. He came in and, he does that for another friend, works with another friend, and he's just kind of coming in to help me, probably, I believe he probably would have been there in the late fall, probably, I'm guessing.
Is he from Hampton or Marlboro?
He's from Beaufort, I believe, originally, but he lives up in, he lives between Beaufort and, I'm trying trying to think of the name of the plantation that my friend
Plantation?
Bowler has. That's who he works for.
Barrett Bowler.
Yeah, Junior.
Yes.
It's both wares how it looks.
B-O-U-R-E.
Charlie Bowler,
Yeah, Tom Bowler. Yes, sir. He was like one of my granddaddy's contemporaries. And now there's a Tom Bowler that's kind of just retired. And they are, I think that's, they're kin, but not super close.
How old is Matt? Ish.
I'd say he's 35. Like that. Maybe.
Do you still have his number?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I have his number in my phone. Yeah, I'll get it at it, but I can get it.
Where'd you go?
I had to step out and use the restroom.
Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
So now we gotta sit here and watch the video while he's out of the room going to the bathroom? Can't we fast forward through this part? Guess rule of completion means we have to watch this.
I just text the guy to send it to me. We'll have it. Can you think of anything else you want to ask questions about? All right. Off the top of my head.
the pair of guns that you bought for the Christmas presents, they were matching set, correct, other than color. All right about that?
Yes, sir. They were exactly the same.
With thermal night vision and stuff like that. The one that you purchased to replace the lost one, did it have any kind of optics on it? Night vision scope, anything like that?
It doesn't have a night vision scope. you know, and I don't know if Paul has put something on it. He would move scopes around from gun to gun to gun, but I'm not. Oh.
Then we're gonna break for lunch. Turn at 2:20.
Okay, we're gonna stop there for today and pick it up there tomorrow. Thank you guys for coming out and spending the day with me. And I will see you guys tomorrow at 9. I will be on time tomorrow, hopefully. If this fatigue would go away. But I'm really sleepy now, which is why I'm gonna stop it early. And I'm probably gonna go take a nap. I don't know why I do know why I'm so tired. It's my stupid CPAP. I'm not sleeping with my CPAP because my mask is broken. So when I get paid Wednesday, I'm gonna order a new mask, and then maybe I won't be so tired during the day anymore. Yeah, it has been fun today. So I will see you guys in the morning, hopefully at 9. Have a great evening. See you guys tomorrow. Bye.